One, two, three. We're early again. I'm on a roll, guys. What can I say? Hello, hello. Welcome in. Oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about today? Yes, we do. But before we get into anything at all, yeah, we're just going to settle in first because, we've got plenty of time. And Cody, hello, welcome in. Yes, plenty of time. I'm feeling pumped. I'm feeling like, back to those old ways of 4-hour streams, 5-hour streams, 8-hour streams. Fuck it, guys, let's just do a 24-hour stream today. No, let's see how we go. And the party, yes, the party. We'll be talking about the party. I also titled this stream after the mystery secret because we're so close to completing it that I felt like I needed to get my proof ready. So today I took a photo of the mystery secret, and if we get there today, I'll show you guys and finally tell you all about it. So very exciting. Michael, welcome in. A 7-stream streak, that's wonderful. That's probably literally all of them since I've been back. I appreciate that, my friend. I hope you're well. And so, yeah, I got my water. I got my Bean Boozled beans, which I did actually take to the party, but they never came out of my bag. So I guess that's for the best. And yeah, I'm feeling talkative today. So you guys better watch out. What can I say? I'm going to try and, be delicate with my phrasing. Not just because I'm on Twitch and, obviously there's TOS to worry about, but because like this channel, as flirty and funky and fresh as we get here, I don't want it to be too salacious, you know what I mean? Like for gratuitously, I suppose. And so, yeah, I'm going to try my best to skirt that line, I suppose. Though that being said, there's nothing too like extremely crazy that happened at this party. Just lots of funny little things and like what you might expect from like a 27-year-old's birthday party titled Slutmania. So, but we'll get to that in a bit. I've got my water here and I have a story about this jumper that I'm wearing right now. So let me have a drink first. And let me just say I'm 100% sure I haven't worn this on stream before, so I'm happy about that. Though the annoying thing is, I'm just going to get this out of the way to start with because it's on my mind. So I was so happy to pick this jumper out. It also used to be my grandma's. And I don't really wear yellow that much. That's something I noticed as soon as I put it on. But anyway, I went out today because actually it's a whole long story as well. But the long and short of it was that I went out and I ended up getting like, here we call them banh mi or like pork rolls. It's like a roll with your choice of filling and then a bunch of like vegetables and stuff like that. Typically like in Asian cultures, it's really popular, but they're delicious. And here where I live, I'm very fortunate that there's a lot of places that make really, really, really good banh mi. Anyway, so I got one today because I was like, out and about, let's just get me something nice to snack on, And as I was walking, actually I went to sit down and just eat on a bench, right? And as I was eating, I literally spilled it on my shirt, like, I don't know, like someone that spills stuff on their shirt. And it was so annoying because I think it was mostly like I just spilled butter on my shirt and then I was like, oh, okay, well, this is a yellow shirt, so surely it's going to be covered up. But no, I'm pretty sure, yeah, you can still see the stain right there. I tried to wash it out like a few times. I think it's going to need like a proper full-on wash through the like the friggin' clothes machine washer, you know what I'm talking about. But I was like, I really wanted to wear this on stream, so here I am, and hopefully I'm just going to do that. And then it's like nothing happened, It's like nothing in the world happened. And yeah, so if you guys see a suspicious looking stain on my jumper, no, you didn't. And so, yeah, here I am in my yellow little jumper and I was all so super excited and like, oh my gosh, what a cute little outfit for today's stream. And it's like, ha, you thought. So anyway, yeah, that's kind of that's an indicator of how my day's been today. But no, it's actually been pretty all right besides that stuff. I went and got my little snack. I got a mango milkshake. Guys, that's literally if I'm having a bad day, that's usually the balm that soothes all aches type beat. You know what I mean? I love mango so much, and I love milkshake so much. When you put them together, it's just like it's the quickest way to my heart, among a few other things. But yeah, so I had my mango milkshake. I had my little banh mi, and yeah, I was living large, guys, large and in charge, until I spilled everything on my shirt. But anyway, that's a whole thing. So, Cody, another 7 stream streak. That's awesome. I'm so glad to have you guys here. And I know we're starting a bit early, so this is kind of just like the pre-stream rambles, you know, like the ramble before the actual ramble. So bear with me, guys. And yeah, so I was just having a very chill day. I actually got like a kind of a callback, I guess you could say, like a message from like a job interview place that I'd applied for saying that I've been shortlisted. So that's exciting. It's just something that I stumbled across and was like, you know what, fucking, I'm just going to apply and see what happens. I kind of forgot about it until today when they were like, oh, you've been shortlisted. We'll get back to you. And I was like, okay, cool. So I'm trying not to get my hopes up one way or another, but it'll be kind of cool if I can do something and still stream on the side because, you know, the rent's got to get paid somehow, guys. And that's like, that's a good way to do it, to actually become an employed person. Who would have thought? A streamer actually working? That's crazy. But yeah, so I don't know when I'll get like any notice from them back, but it's even if I do get it, it's like a short contract type of thing. So for half of this year, and then who knows what after that. Still though, I'm excited, and yeah. And you're right, Cody. Being early just means more time to hang out. That's so true. As for what kind of work, it's kind of like, it's hard to explain. It's like admin work in a government adjacent kind of facility, if that makes sense, which sounds very vague. And that's exactly what I thought when I was reading the job description as well. But I think it's got to do with like census stuff. So I'll have to go around and like drive to places and I think actually train people as well. But that's going to be interesting. Matthew, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We're just getting settled in, so please take a seat, get comfortable, have a Lamington. I wish I had Lamingtons right now. All I've got are these Bean Boozled beans. Ew. And so, yeah, I'm not sure how good of a trainer I would necessarily be, considering I don't even know what the job actually is. But, you know, it's like at the point where I'm just applying to basically everything and just like spamming out my resume to everywhere and being like, you know what, if I happen to get something, I'm just going to wing it and like learn the job on the job. So, and not tell them that. I'll just be like, yeah, of course, I have like 10 years experience doing this particular niche thing. And hopefully they just, yeah, they just think that's totally true. So anyway, that's very early news still. I'm not sure if it's going to go anywhere, but I guess we'll see. And yeah, you're right, Cody. Like whatever it is, hopefully it's just kind to my poor joints, which are not very happy with me at the best of times. It doesn't seem that manual, like it doesn't seem that laborious, but I guess we'll see. They did say there would be a lot of driving potentially, which honestly, I don't mind. I quite like driving. And yeah, if I'm in a car and I get to just blast my own music and just sing at the top of my lungs, that's a pretty good deal to me. Granted, I don't like everyone else, I don't prefer driving at rush hour. But if it's like just a long trip, not necessarily a difficult trip, then that's totally fine with me. Like I love those late night drives, you know, that's the vibes. That's just the vibes. And so anyway, if I get it, I'll tell you guys. And hopefully learn more about the job with you guys at the same time. So we'll see. But until then, you know, I'm just living my life like I have been, trying to balance like chilling, seeing friends and family, like cleaning and sleep scheduling and creative stuff. And, you know, it's a work in progress as always. I've been writing a lot, which is fun. I haven't been making much music though. That's something I feel like is kind of missing right now. It's like one of those things where, you know, some of column A, some of column B, it's hard to do everything at once. you know, eventually you end up having to sacrifice something. And I'm just trying to not make it my sleep schedule like I typically do. Still, I've been listening to a lot of music. I just haven't been making too much of it. And you can ask me something. Yeah, go for it, Cody. I've been looking at my Club Cherry channel and just being like, oh man, I really want to get back to it, because it's like it was fun having that like weekly Thursday deadline, and I just had to put out something, you know. It was scary because oftentimes I'd be like, I don't know if I can have anything, you know. But then just seeing how I could throw stuff together, or like force myself to actually pick up my ukulele or my guitar, like it was good impetus. And yeah, I think weirdly enough, something that really pushed me to like away from it was actually how enshittified the CapCut app got. And I know I have my long and storied beef with CapCut, but I think it's for a valid reason. Like the gradual way they made their app worse and worse for like free or like, you know, normal users was just really sad, because it's like, I've been a loyal non-customer. And I was just like happily making my videos, like dealing with the stuff that was premium, because I'm like, yeah, that's fair. Every app has to do what they got to do, right? But then over time and with every update, they would make more and more stuff that used to be free suddenly like a premium feature. And it's like, bro, I can't even do anything anymore. What's the point of using it? And it's just like in a very aggressive campaign to make people actually buy their subscription model, which is like, just turns you off, you know? And so eventually I was like, well, I have learned how to use this app. And if I want to try another one, it's going to be like a lot of time to like invest essentially. And so a lot of times when I come up against friction like that, it's it tends to fuck up my entire workflow. And so I guess we'll have to see, because, you know, of course I still have music like very, very dear to my heart, making it, sharing it, enjoying it. And so it's never too far away from me, even when I'm focused on other things in the current moment. But yeah, that's just something that has been on my mind. And revisiting old songs as well. Like, yeah, you guys ever go through that thing where you like, I don't know, have a nostalgia binge where you're just like, oh my gosh, these songs that I used to listen to when I was like 13 and like super emo. Like I was, yeah, just listening back to some of those old hits like Panic at the Disco, Fall Out Boy. I've got my old like Delta Goodrem songs that I used to love, and even like some Celine Dion. Like I was a pretty sophisticated 13-year-old entirely because of my parents, actually. They were just like, here, have some music. And I was like, thanks, this is mine now. And so, yeah, just been going back and listening and being like, you know what? Most of this actually does hold up. Some of it's like a little bit funny, or I don't know what the word is, maybe cringe. But like most of it I think was genuinely catchy and fun, and like, I don't know. Sometimes I just go through those like nostalgia phases, I suppose. And even like more recent nostalgia, I was listening to Bo Burnham and his stuff, and just being like, yeah, he's fucking really good. I love Bo Burnham so much. And maybe I'm thinking about like him and comedy more broadly, because here in Australia at least, it's we're coming up to the comedy season, which is like the month of April. And I don't know how much you guys know about it, but it's a very, very, very big deal. Like a very big deal. Comedians from all around the world come down and they put on shows, and it's just like a whole month straight of just shows and comedians. It's literally an orgy of comedy, which, you know, it's exactly how it sounds. And I've been thinking about it recently because debating which shows to go to. One of my friends that you've met, Ragamuffin, she's really into comedy. She loves it, loves it, loves it. It explains partially why she's such a funny gal. And she literally had like this full-on like spreadsheet with like all the different shows and what times and like what the comedians like and stuff and the price of the tickets. And she was very generous to share that with like all the friends in the group chat. I was like, damn, that's dedication. I respect it. But I need to get on that. Like I have to buy some tickets because the times, like the seats, they fill up pretty quickly. You know, it's a very in-demand kind of festival. And so I'm just not sure, because like there's a few comedians that I really, really like. You guys have probably heard me talk about Danny Boy before. He's fucking hilarious. I love that man. Like seriously, I've never met him properly, but I love him like I have known him all my life. And I don't know if I've said this before, but I think half of my comedy like is basically comprised of his stand-up shows and Cat in the Hat. That's just like my cultural knowledge, and he's wonderful. He's so great. The only issue, and this is something that like I've been noticing recently, is that he hasn't really updated his show or his set for a while now. It's been like a couple years where he's just been doing this a similar kind of thing, and that's fine. Like I think that's totally fair. It's just like for a super fan who basically goes to every show, you end up hearing the same stuff over and over, and it's still funny. It's just like it starts to, I don't know, make you want more in a way. And I was talking to Ragmuffin about that exact thing. She said that it's a cultural thing, apparently. Like, apparently with the Australian comedians, when they do the circuit, like a year's worth of shows, maybe around Australia, it's kind of well known that you should change up your material like year to year. But sometimes with like comics overseas, especially in the US, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's pretty common to just have the same set that you just do for years on end. And it's almost like a song that, you know, like singers and bands will do at their concerts. People just love it so much that it doesn't go out of style, and people like literally request it, like, oh, do that bit, you know? And so I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. And, you know, I just thought, well, I would kind of like to see something new from Mr. Boy, because he's fucking hilarious. And, you know, I was still considering whether or not I should go, because he is actually performing again this year, a little bit further out than normal. But I was like, it's the same, like I've seen this show already. I've seen it a few times actually. And so I'm just like, well, I have to think about it more. Cause like we, and when I say we, I mean my whole family, my mum, my brother, my sister, sometimes my dad, me and my auntie, we'd literally get like front row tickets every single time he was touring because we just love him so much. And there was one time where like when my brother came with us, he was very, very young. He was like, I can't even remember. He was probably like 10. Right. And this show, it's not entirely like super explicit, right? It's just like, it's a bit naughty and with adult themes and stuff. And so there's like a bunch of, you know, I don't know, older looking people in the front row, including myself and my the rest of my family. And then just like right smack bang in the middle, there's like this tiny kid who's just looking up like, I don't know, just smiling like, and I just... I just can't imagine. Like on that show, Danny Boy actually pointed it out and was like to my brother, like, are you old enough to be here? And I can't remember like the full exchange, but they had a whole conversation. And then by the end of the set, he actually took one of his DVDs, which I think was signed. Don't quote me on that. He literally threw it to my brother and was like, you keep that, buddy. And it was just like the best thing ever. But yeah, it's like one of those things where we have literally like this long ass, like, I don't know, this history, this connection with this man, this Danny Boy, who does not know that we exist. Well, he knows my brother exists. But yeah, it's just so funny because like, it's weird how someone could be so important to your, I don't know what the word is, like your personality or your sense of humor, your development. But they're just like fucking living their lives. And that's so crazy. The same thing, like I feel the same way about, of course, Cat in the Hat, Austin Powers, etc., Bo Burnham. But it's just like, damn, we really just are an amalgamation of like all the things that we like and the people that we hang out with, which I think is a nice thing. I think it's kind of sweet. But anyway, your question, Cody, forgive me, I'm rambling. I was wondering if you'd give me a list of 25 songs that say this is Emmy. Not songs you think I should hear, but songs you love. Oh, like actual, like from artists that I personally enjoy? I'd love to do that. I can post it in the Discord because like, if anyone else is curious, yeah, I'd love to do that, Cody. I have to think, like what kind of vibe? Does it matter? Or like, does it have to be like a party mix or like a, you know, in my feels mix? I can definitely do that for you. It's a very, very nice thing. Nice thing to do. And so, yeah, I love music so much. I love comedy so much. It's a great time, like in Australia, it's summer, you know, which, well, depending on how good your air conditioner is, it's a great time. I actually just recently got a new swimsuit, which I was hoping would fit, and it fits like a glove, which I'm happy about. And yeah, I'm just like excited to do all the things that you do in summer, going to the beach, complaining about how hot it is, eating ice cream. That's really what life is good for, right? And yeah, seeing my friends a lot because, I mean, most of them have regular 9 to 5 jobs, which is sad for me because, I don't get to see them as often as I would like. But I'm very lucky in the sense that they're very generous with their time on the weekends and stuff. So I can see them like when we have philosophy club or book club or game, like board game club. We have a lot of different clubs, and it's funny because it's all just the same people. More or less. And it's like we have 50 different group chats for each of these activities. And it's like, maybe we should just have one and just call it the club. And so, yeah, that was actually why the other day when I had my IRL friend stop by and just scare the living daylights out of me, the reason that I knew it was him and that I got so shocked was because he put in the chat like our acronym that we'd been joking around about like a day or two before, the CL semicolon UB. We were trying to find like an acronym for club, and yeah, so that was, there you go. Now you guys are part of the club as well. So, yeah, and it's cool because like, I don't know, sometimes when you get a bit older, and I'm sure you guys can like attest to this, it gets harder and harder to actually accidentally hang out with people, if you know what I mean. In school, it's easy. You're just always there, and you kind of make friends through convenience in a sense. Of course, there's also genuine like pleasure in hanging out and stuff like that. But the hard part and the logistics, they're all done for you. As you get older and, people go to work, people like move out or like they kind of spread out across the lands a little bit, you have to make a concerted effort to actually see each other. And that's sometimes a bit trickier. But if you have like some sanctioned reason to hang out, like, a philosophy club that we just made up, it's not like university affiliated or anything. We were just like, let's get together and talk about philosophy once a month, or let's talk about books and stuff like that. When really it's kind of like an excuse to hang out and eat great food. I think that's a wonderful thing. And so, yeah, most of my weekends are thankfully quite like, filled in a good way. Though I will say it's made my parents a little bit sad and my auntie a bit sad because usually Fridays is like our hangout day where I would go over and we'd just like have dinner together and like maybe play some games together. But like most recently I've been doing some stuff on the Fridays and they're like, hey, you're missing out on our day. And I'm like, I'm sorry guys, it just worked out that way, but I promise I'm back next time. And so I think actually I'm pretty sure next week I'm also busy. Fuck. I have to find a different day because I want to also see them as much as I can. I love them very, very much. And yeah, just, it's all about balance, right? I tend to oscillate sometimes between extremes, but I don't think that's the best or most optimal way to live life. The middle road, which is funny for a hedonist to say, but I'm a utilitarian hedonist, guys, okay? I'm not like a full-on one. I try and take the middle road if I can and if I have the willpower for it, because usually that ends up making me feel the least guilty, which is not a great way to live your life, tracking by guilt. But also it helps me feel like I'm getting a little bit of everything, which is actually something I really, really value. Like that goes down pretty deep as well. Like even when we go out to eat, I'm usually partial to getting like just a little bit of everything if I can, because that's like, I don't know, you feel like you're getting a novel and fresh experience, and I'm just like, that's my catnip essentially. So yeah, part of being an adult means sometimes our family see us less. It's true, and it's sad because I feel like, I value my family in general so much, and it's just so hard because like it's not even on purpose that this has happened. I just like literally have had something on like the past 3 Fridays. I think one time I was streaming. Another time I had like, I think it was book club, whatever. And they're just like, are you ignoring us like on purpose? I'm like, no, I swear I'm not. And so maybe we'll just have to change it to like some random day. But yeah, I try and like just keep them in my heart anyway, wherever I go. Still, they, probably because my sister is all the way across the country, maybe they're like a bit extra like protective of me and my brother, but who's to say? As for the music, autobiographical, okay, I got you, Cody. And Placey, welcome in. Yeah, the thing is like, it's really, really hard actually to make friends outside of school. And it's something I took a little bit for granted actually when I was in school. Because because, I just thought, oh yeah, I'm around people and I'm making friends. That's surely going to stay the same. But then, famous last words, I left school and I was basically like, I don't know how to be a person, like how to be a person that socializes, a social person. I'm not quite sure. And it was a process of relearning because in school, it's kind of expected that you like go up to someone and just talk to them or like, put in an effort to make friends. And so it's not just you doing that, but it's also everyone else, right? So it feels normal. You can go a little bit out of your comfort zone and hopefully the social ramifications aren't too bad, right? But in general life, it's hard. Like, I don't know if it's the same around the world, but here in Australia, like if you're just walking around the supermarket, right, and you see someone that looks kind of cool, it's really quite weird, I think, typically to just go up to someone and be like, hey man, I love your style, let's be friends. Like people be like, are you hitting on me? Which is probably fair. Or they'll be like, no, go away. I have enough friends. And so it's really like, yeah, and especially for guys, I can't even imagine how like 10x, how much more difficult it is, right? Because of course there's always that fear, right? I can only speak from what I imagine it to be like. But for guys to not want to be seen as like creepy or hitting on someone, and yet, there is this real, like, I don't know, there's this gap. There's this loneliness epidemic, as they say. And it's so, so hard to bridge the gap between a stranger and a friend. Sometimes it feels like a massive chasm, right? That is just insurmountable. But I'd like to believe that's not true. I think that it is surmountable. And there are a few apps and stuff that are meant to make that transition a little bit easier. Still, I have, okay. I don't want us to sound like I'm being like derogatory towards people that use like dating and friendship apps. I'm just speaking from my own experience. But like I've tried it all basically and haven't really found much enjoyment. And in fact, it almost felt after a while of using like whether it was a dating app or a friendship making app, it almost felt like I don't know, people were almost becoming gamified to me, which is not a great way to feel, if that makes sense, Yes, they totally have become too much of a product these days, Placey. That's a great way to put it. And it's like, obviously I care deeply for people, all people, just as a general baseline, right? And as soon as I could start to like feel myself treating it like a game, I was like, hang on, this isn't really a nice way to treat people or to even think about people, right? And there's this, I don't know, maybe I'm susceptible to it. I don't know if that says anything about me, but there's something about like the dopamine that you get when someone likes your picture or your profile that makes you like, oh yeah, I want more of that. And so instead of focusing on actually making connections, you're just like, how wide of a net can I cast so I can just stroke my own ego? And so it's like, it kind of made me lose sight a little bit of what I actually wanted from these places and these apps, right? And eventually I was just like, yeah, this isn't really healthy for me. I ended up just getting off all of that stuff and tried to just kind of, I don't know, make friends the other way in person. Though I have been lucky that usually it's more like being referred to a friend from a friend from a friend, which makes it a lot easier. And through Twitch as well, which is really, really nice. Like I've made some incredible friendships on Twitch, which is like I don't know, it sounds kind of crazy. People that I've met who like, I don't know, you just click kind of instantly and you think, holy shit, where have you been my whole life? We get on like a house on fire. And so that's been another out of many, many great things to come from Twitch. And even if I don't speak to people like every single day, I still think of them often and wish them well. And yeah, it's just, that's a cool thing about, being able to talk to people from around the world. Like typically you wouldn't just bump into someone like in the supermarket because, well, just sheer logistics and geography. But something like this, you can kind of bump into someone. If you're scrolling Twitch or whatever, I don't know, is that how it works? You just get recommended some random channel and all of a sudden you're like, oh, actually I kind of like the vibe here. And it's nice. So, but yeah, it's one of those weird things, making friends. And I don't really know if I have any real good advice because for the most part, I just tend to be what you guys see here, like maybe a bit too rambly and too earnest and just being slightly unfiltered to the point of embarrassing myself. It seems to work for the most part. And for the people that get turned off by it, well, it's also good data because it's like, well, I guess we're not compatible. And that's fine too. I've had to learn that, I think. Because, of course, no one wants to feel like someone doesn't like them or like they don't want to feel rejected, right? No one wants to feel rejected. But it's kind of just part of being a person. I read somewhere that like you could be the most juicy, most amazingest, most sweetest peach in the lot, right? But there's always going to be someone that doesn't like peaches or is allergic to peaches, and it's just something that, you know, is part of life. And so that's helpful because it's not really about you then. It's more about just like a general incompatibility, guys. Try saying that 5 times fast. And it doesn't imply anything of you, right? Which I think sometimes we attach extraneous information to someone's rejection. Like if someone says, oh, no, thank you, I'm kind of like, I'm good, which, you know, is kind of a tactless rejection, but bear with me. If we hear something like that, we think, oh my gosh, it must be because I'm this, or this. But usually it's just because the other person is good. Like they said, they're like, okay, well, I've got my own stuff going on. It's hard to tell what's going on in other people's lives. And so, yeah, for me, just learning like, well, not everyone's going to like poetry. That's one thing. Not everyone's going to like me just rambling nonstop for sometimes hours at a time. Not everyone's going to like the specific brand of humor or suggestiveness or whatever it may be. And that's another thing that Twitch is good for because people will tell you how they feel. They will tell you. And they won't be subtle mostly. The stronger their feelings are, I think the less subtle they are. And that's why I usually have to debrief some of my friends beforehand when I like bring them on as guests on stream. I'm just like, okay, guys, just so you know, this is what you may expect. I kind of give them the rundown, like don't dox yourself, don't say anything that you potentially wouldn't want your like parents or co-workers to hear or see. And if someone says something sus, just like, you know, just don't respond. It'll usually get taken care of by like a mod or me if I'm like available to do it because, you know, it's part of being online. And I've said this before, Twitch is like the Wild West, you know, and that's like, it's a double-edged sword, so to speak. It's what makes Twitch so fun and unpredictable and lively, but also it's what makes it like a little bit kind of confronting at times where you're just like, I have no idea what people are going to think about this or what they might say. Especially, you know, depending on what you look like, what you talk about, what activity you're engaging in, people's responses tend to be pretty different. And yeah, I don't think I have particularly thick skin in that sense, but I've been very lucky. You guys have always been the sweetest. And it's hopefully, you know, something to do with the poetry, I imagine. Because, like, you know, we talk about stuff that is maybe a bit more cerebral or nerdy, which kind of filters out the people just looking for a quick troll. And because I also tend to take people for a very long time at face value until it's very, like, obviously clear that they're just trolling. And then I'll be like, all right, well, see ya. Because, you know, I have had those moments before where I've said something that came out maybe a little bit wrong or, like, not how I meant it. And I've been very fortunate to have been like, I don't know, treated with grace in those moments. And so I try when I can to extend that to other people too. And so, yeah, I don't know, giving people multiple chances is something I try to do at least. Obviously there's stuff that is just upfront, like quite, I don't know what the word is, like, yeah, time outable maybe, but it's rare. I'd like to see the statistics, like if we were to get a percentage from, you know, a bunch of different streamers, I think we are on the lower side of those offenses. And I think, you know, that's a testament to the wonderful community that you guys have also built. It's like a sense of, hey man, we don't really do that here. And you guys also enforce that, which is like, it's of course what you want as a streamer. You want your community to be good representatives of your values. And so it's something that I really, really appreciate. But yeah, don't dox a streamer either. That's also something I try and tell them. And it's funny because that's usually the one thing that people are most afraid of. They're like, oh my God, what if I accidentally say my entire like credit card number and CCV and also my address to the like latitude and longitude? And it's like, I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. Like it usually doesn't not happen like that, but if it does, it's okay. We'll figure it out. And by the end of the stream, when I've asked my friends, the thing that they actually mostly comment on is the phenomenon of the streamer brain. And so, like I've said this before, once you hit that start streaming button and the camera's on and people are chatting, it's really just like go time. And you're like, okay, if I stop, if I pause for even like 0.01 of a second, people are going to fuck off. You know what I mean? There's like infinitely more stimulating content out there. There are people with lots more money than me doing incredible stunts. And I say that with admiration and respect. And like, if I want to, like, you know, do right by the people watching and hopefully offer something of value, you just have to keep going. You have to just keep talking, right? And so that's something that most of my friends have commented on. They're just like, I don't know, like this is them speaking, I don't know what I said that whole time. It's just like stuff came out and like it's immediately left my brain and I'm like, yeah, it's normal. Even like, you know, doing this for a while now, it hasn't really improved. I think it's just one of those things. And you get like better at it, I hope. But in general, it's just like that funny feeling of like, okay, I was just streaming, I was just live for 4 hours. What the hell did we talk about? And like now, okay, I've been streaming for like almost 40 minutes. What the actual fuck? And so, yeah, I guess because this type of stream is more of a talky kind of stream, so it makes sense. But yeah, it's just like, holy shit. If I'm hoping to carry this stream through sheer aura alone, you have to be ready to just bring out the big guns and just nonstop talking. And so that's why I also like having guests on stream, because it almost feels like the load is halved. Or at the very least, the pauses feel more natural, because there are natural pauses in conversation, right? Less so when it comes to a monologue, which is more similar to what I'm doing now. And so, yeah, it's just like... It's just funny when I see my friends like hopping on stream for the first time to see how they're feeling and like to hopefully try and, you know, calm them down, say you're going to be fine, people are going to love you. And then to just see how they feel afterwards. And this is another thing as well. It's like, oh gosh, what's happening? Windows security, hush now. Another thing is after stream, like after you've kind of just, you know, breathed out and like what the hell just happened, that feeling of every emotion at once just in a tumultuous tornado inside you. And it sounds exaggerated, but I swear it's true. That feeling of being hungry and not hungry at the same time, tired and not tired, just feeling like, wow, I need to sleep for 5 years, and also I couldn't sleep if I tried right now. And it's just this weird cocktail of like adrenaline and also exhaustion, and it produces a very unique effect. Like I don't think prior to streaming I'd experienced that before. Maybe once or twice, like in like a school production, but even then it wasn't the same. And so yeah, it's like something that, I don't know, it's not realistic to say that everyone should try it at least once. But in terms of like, if you ever get the chance, definitely jump on a friend's stream and be like, hey man, let's try something here and just see how you feel, because it's a very telling and very interesting experience. And yes, you're right, Ben, those early days were very, very difficult. Like they were training wheels for me, I suppose. I spent 8 hours a day just trying to find stuff to talk about. And weirdly enough, or perhaps unsurprisingly, when you're a smaller channel and you have less people talking to you, you have to carry a lot more of the conversation there too. And so as you get a little bit bigger, it's almost counterintuitive, but the job just gets easier and easier. People have stuff to say, they're like reacting to your words, they're offering ideas and little memes and suggestions, and it actually helps with your own, like, I don't know, pacing and like sense of fatigue. And so yeah, those early days, oh gosh, I don't even know, like I have those VODs saved on an external hard drive and I have not had the heart to look back. That first month of straight streaming was yeah, I don't even think like, oh my god, I need 10 years probably to let that sit in like a fucking, I don't know what it's called, a time capsule before I go back and let myself witness the horror. But yeah, it was a necessary training, hopefully. And it's a good sign if you look back and think, oh my god, if you're cringed out by your past self, that just means that you've hopefully improved. I feel that way also about writing as well. Sometimes I read back my writing from 10 years ago and I'm like, oh god, oh god, oh god, what was I thinking? And then I'm like, okay, well, I'm probably going to say the same thing 10 years from now. So it's the circle of life. Yeah, maybe I'll crack it out for my 10th. We'll see. We'll see. Because it's, oh god, it's potent stuff, guys. It's really potent stuff. So yeah, anyway. Polydactyl, welcome in. And to some of our first-time chatters, I'm so sorry I'm behind here and we've just started. Fool-esque, I fucking love that name. I prefer a dialectical approach to cerebrality and trolling. We're going to get along just fine, I can tell. And skills, how did you score that username? It feels like that would be taken. Yeah, I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to tell you guys all about the party on Saturday. And the fact that I like slept through basically all of Sunday. So here's the thing. I actually had another social event to go to on Sunday. Because the party on Saturday finished so late and I was so tired, I had to, hopefully as gracefully as possible, just bow out. And I was so like upset because these are my friends that like were really excited to host. And I was just like, I'm so sorry, guys. I hope this is not too much of an inconvenience, but I literally, I don't think I'm going to be my best self if I just rock up after like a few hours of sleep to play Twilight Imperium, which is a game that goes for like 8 hours or more. And so I'm like, oh, it's fine. It's really easy to take like out a player as opposed to like setting up and all that stuff. So I was like, okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. I would love to make it for the next one. And so, yeah, they had fun. I literally slept for most of Sunday. Like, I think I slept for 10 or 11 hours. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Sometimes it happens that way where things will be scheduled like back to back. The same thing is going to happen in a few weeks from now where I have my Lord of the Rings marathon movies extended edition back to back to back. And I think the day before is also Philosophy Club. And so I don't know. We'll see how we go. I might just be like operating on empty. I'll need like some energy drinks to tide me over, but we'll be fine. We'll be fine. And so, yeah, the party was lots of fun. It was called, for those of you unaware, Slutmania. And so I don't even know where to begin. It was not as bad as you might expect, but also as maybe suggestive as you might expect, on the level maybe of like a bachelorette party. Because like I literally had never been to a party like that before, and basically neither had anyone else. It was for my dear friend Alex's 27th birthday, and don't get confused, guys, because there's like fucking 3 or 4 Alexes in this group. And also I got to meet 2 Chelseas. So there was lots of double ups. And this was a friend that you guys have actually met before. He was on stream back in my old setup at my old bedroom, and he played saxophone for you guys. I interviewed him, and that reminds me, we also need to make some new interview questions for whichever guest ends up being next, because it was on my old computer and I lost the file. So anyway, he hosted at his like friend's house because he still lives with his parents. So I think it would be kind of awkward if we were just like all dressed up and they were like, oh, hi, Emily. It's, yeah, last time I saw you was at graduation. Okay, now you look like a sexy French maid. So yeah, it was very interesting. And something that I noticed, and so if you guys will bear with me, let's talk about the party, guys. Let's talk about it. So this friend of mine, basically, he invited people from 2 distinct groups in his life. So the high school group, which includes me and some of my friends, or our friends, I should say, not to be so possessive. And then he also invited people from a different group in his life, kind of like the, because he went to Scouts. So like the Scouts group that he knew, like adjacently to high school and stuff, but we'd never met them, right? So it's kind of like this merging of worlds. And And now it's kind of funny because almost everyone from the high school group took the slutty title to mean like costume. So we had people dressed like a sexy pirate. I was a sexy maid. We had sexy schoolgirl and sexy professor, da da da, right? But the people from the scouts group, they just took it to mean like wear as little clothing as possible, essentially. And that's fine. Like you could literally do whatever you wanted with the like the prompt, I suppose. But it was just really funny because you could literally see the group ideology in the outfits, and so yeah, it was just very interesting to meet people for the very first time, and they're like wearing full on like BDSM gear, and it's like, hi, nice to meet you. Yeah, it's a really great party. How do you know Alex? And so it was like basically throwing us into the deep end, which I kind of respect. It's one way to get to know someone very, very quickly. And of course, everyone was super chill and super fun. And I actually got to meet some people like for the first time that I'm like, oh my gosh, why didn't Alex introduce us sooner? There was one guy who I met for the first time there. I'll try not to say people's names because I'm not sure if they'd prefer me to or not, so I'll err on the side of caution. But there was a guy who came like dressed as a cowboy, and you guys know how I feel about cowboys. This is separate to my high school friend that also came as a cowboy. But anyway, he actually looks like a real genuine cowboy, and like, you know, my eyes just lit up. I was like, okay, let's do some work here. We got like talking and stuff, and I was like, so how do you know Alex? How long have you guys been friends? And he was saying that they like met when they were like 10 or something. And I was like, what the hell? Like, why hasn't he said anything about you until now? Like, I've also known Alex since we were like 12 or 13. And so this guy, this cowboy, and I were getting on so well. It's just like, Alex should have introduced us sooner. And I felt that way about his other scout friends as well. I was also getting vibes, guys, like, okay, I'm just going to put it out there. We put it out there, maybe like manifest. Okay. I was getting vibes from the homeowners, which it comprised of this couple, right? Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous couple, right? Again, I don't want to say their names just yet because I haven't really asked to talk about these people on stream. So here we are. They kind of were giving me like, we saw you from across the bar and we really liked your vibes, if you know what I mean. And I was just like, okay, I didn't want to read too much into it because that's the most awkward thing, right? Like when you think someone's kind of giving you signals, but it turns out that's just how they are. Because I know, like, I've been on the receiving end of that too. Like someone has thought that I was maybe flirting with them in a serious kind of way, but I was just like, I'm sorry, that's just sometimes how I get, please forgive me. And so I was like, I'm just going to try and play it as cool as possible. But it was funny because out of this couple, right, like, so this gorgeous guy and this gorgeous girl, absolutely stunning, both of them, like, throughout the party, like, they were both individually flirting with me, and I was just like, okay, that's interesting, that's very interesting. What am I going to do here? And so, like, there were some vibes going about, right? And I was just like, I can't tell if it's just because like of the party atmosphere or if there's something actually here. But like, I also have this really funny story that I want to tell, and I don't know how this is going to come across, but I'm just going to do my best to tell it as is. So just keep that in mind. I was getting vibes, right? Just getting some vibes. Yeah, getting on well with the cowboy at a sexy party. Lucky me, tell me about it, right? So also, I should mention, right, that I also had this prop with me, which was like a little feather duster, you know, like the sexy maid, she has like a little feather duster. And I was literally, that prop got so much use, let me just tell you, because like, it's so fun. You can just like tickle people with it and just like, I don't know, pretend that you're actually dusting and stuff like that. And so I don't know why, I just wanted to share that with you guys. And also, yeah, that's what the maid preview means. I'm not going to wear it today. But if you guys are curious as to what the actual full ensemble look like, I have it in a bag literally right behind me. And so it comes with a bell, guys. It comes with a bell. Anyway, like I was saying, so you can hear me coming. Anyway, Cody, that's nice of you to say. Keep that in mind that I was getting vibes from the couple, right? Individually and then together. Anyway, so I keep saying anyway. I also brought this wheel that my brother had gotten from a work party. And so the wheel was like the thing that you spin and then whatever it lands on you have to do, right? And as a joke, me and some of my most mischievous friends were like, fuck, what are we going to put on this wheel, right? Because like it has to be appropriately slutty, but not too like extreme, right? Because people aren't going to actually do it. So one of them was like 7 minutes in heaven. And so after some debate, we had to change it to 3 minutes in heaven because people were saying that's too long. And I was just like, okay, anyway. We were spinning the wheel and there was other stuff on there like take a shot, of course. There was also costume swap, which people didn't really do. What can you do? And eventually, after lots of spinning the wheel, I actually got the 3 minutes in heaven thing, which was like we'd cut it in half. So that was a really small slice of the wheel. And I just looked around the whole group and I was like, who am I going to choose? And bear in mind, I just met this cowboy that night. And so I wasn't planning to do anything too crazy, but I was just like looking around with my little feather duster. And I was like, you. And so he was like, really? And then I was like, yep, let's go. And so we went out of the room. Everyone was like, whoa, are they actually going to do something? Because like this is a party where people basically, if they land on kiss the nearest stranger, they'll kiss them on the cheek, right? This is not like a full on sex party because people just don't play like that, even though I think that's a shame. But anyway, we went out into like the corridor and I was like, you know, it'd be really funny if we just pretend that we did something. Because obviously we just met. We're not going to fucking start making out or like anything like that, right? But let's just pretend. And so while we were in the corridor scheming, like the owners of the place, the sexy, you know, gorgeous couple, they came up to us and like, what are you guys doing? We can hear you plotting something. And then I explained to them the whole situation and they were like, all right, you know what, come with us. Because the girl, who I won't say her name, she was like, you know what, I think I have a spare maid outfit in my bedroom. It'll be funny if, you know, you take his cowboy hat and then he like puts on a maid costume. So it's kind of like, you know, you guys swapped or like disheveled each other. And I was like, oh, that would be so cool, but only if it's okay with you guys, like to go into your bedroom and stuff. I don't know. They'd also closed that door, put a sign on it to not go in because they actually had 5 cats in there that they were locking them out from the rest of the party because there was like food and stuff and it was just dangerous for them. And I was like, you have 5 cats? And they're like, yeah, 2 officially on the lease, but actually 5. And I was like, okay, I respect that. And so as soon as we went into their bedroom, this sounds so crazy, but I swear this happened. So the girl, I don't know what to call her. She was dressed like the meme of that guy who's wearing a full-on suit at the front, and then in the mirror you can see that he's wearing lingerie at the back, which I'll show you guys in a sec if you want to know what I'm talking about. Suit guy, lingerie in the back. So that was her outfit, and it's this one right here. Okay, give me one sec. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Oh, I'm zoomed in here. Hello, guys. Ta-da! So she was dressed like this. Oh gosh, there's some crazy stuff on the thing. Anyway, that's how she was dressed. And then her partner was kind of just dressed in like a skimpy crop top that had something on the shirt, which I don't even know if I can repeat, and just like some tiny little short shorts. Anyway, while she was looking for the maid outfit, the guy, like the guy from the couple, was like, oh, the lights are really bright in here, let me just turn them down, and like flicked the dimmer so it was like kind of like sexy mood lighting. And I was just like, okay, I was like looking around like, okay, and then I said something out loud like, oh, this looks like the start of some kind of movie that I would really enjoy. And he's like, oh, you think that's atmospheric? And then he literally turned on the lava lamp as well. And I just started laughing because I was like, what is happening right now? What is my life? Anyway, she was still looking for the outfit. And me and the cowboy were just standing there kind of looking around like this person's bedroom, right? And then I realized, because all the cats were in there, right? And they were just like kind of, you know, nuzzling up to us and stuff and like enjoying being petted and stuff. And I was like, oh my God, I just realized that this is the heaven from the 3 minutes in heaven. Like, it doesn't have to do with anything sexy or slutty. It's literally just like petting cats and being in the room that no one else is allowed to go into. And I was just like, I feel so privileged right now. I can't even tell you. And like I found it. I found the 3 minutes in heaven. And so eventually the girl, she couldn't find the maid outfit. And I was like, oh, please, I don't want to put you out or anything. It's totally fine. We'll just like swap head pieces because I had a little headband. And then I was like to the guy, which I don't know if this is a bit bold for meeting someone for the first time. But I was like to the cowboy, okay, so when we go back in, right? So I want you to undo your belt and like kind of pull your zipper down a little bit and then walk back in and like fix it up and stuff. And he was like, yes, ma'am. And I was like, all right. So we kind of just waited a little bit and just like thinking, I wonder what everyone else is thinking, right? Because this is a little bit extra considering what everyone else had done at the party so far. We're basically just like chatting and like standing around. And if any of the people had spun something that landed on like, I don't know, something a little bit scandalous, they'd either just do a tame version of it or just like redirect that energy to their partner, which is fair. But it's like we were actually going the step further to make it look like, at the very least, that we had done something a little bit racy. So after some indeterminate amount of time, we went out of the bedroom, the actual heaven, and we went back into the other room where everyone was waiting for us. And I just kind of like was like, phew, that was crazy. And everyone started laughing. And I was like, and just no one asked any follow-up questions. Like I was expecting people to be like, oh my gosh, did you guys actually? But they were just like, yeah, okay, that's cool. And I was like, what the fuck? He like redid his belt and everything. And I was just like, guys, hello. I don't even know if anyone even cared. But yeah, at least I got to go into that special room with all the cats. So I feel kind of like, yeah, I feel like a special individual because, you know, that was a room that everyone was told explicitly not to go into. And yet I got to go into it and see it. I got to hang out in the lava lamp room. Exactly. And so, yeah, it was just really funny. Oh, also I should say, as soon as I left that room with the cowboy, and the couple was like trailing out, I can't remember how this happened. Like we were just having some kind of conversation, and then the girl from the couple, she kind of like walked towards me in a way that made me back up against the wall. And so she was basically like pushing me up against the wall, and she said something kind of seductive. My brain was just like white noise at this point. And she was like, you know, you can pretend that you did something with us too, or something like that. I can't even remember. Don't quote me. And then I was just like, whoa, okay. And then I think I said, don't start what you can't finish. And then she said, oh, I could finish it. And I was like, this couple wants to have sex with me. And like, you know, well, when in Rome. But yeah, I just remember being like, damn, okay. Yeah, it was pretty wild. By the way, when I tell you that these people are absolutely gorgeous, I really mean it. Like, seriously, like model worthy. And I was just like, damn, what the hell? Why are they looking at me like that? Like, that's kind of crazy, but not unwarranted, should I say. And so, yeah, that was like one of the highlights for me, at least. What an opportunity. Oh yeah, there's other stuff as well that happened that I can't really say because they're a little bit too cheeky, and like I don't want to, like, I know we talk about cheeky stuff here all the time, but I don't want to set a precedent, right? Like, these people are friends of mine, or at the very least friends of friends, and so they have almost earned the right to say very, very naughty things. But like, if I set a precedent here, I don't want it to be the case where people just think that that's appropriate to just say randomly, right? You guys could probably get away with that, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm talking mainly about new people that stop by, because like they might be like, oh, okay, that's the kind of stream that it is. But no, it's not always like this type beat, only sometimes. And so I actually sent a friend request to both of those, both people from that couple. Like, when I got home, I was just like, and add friend and add friend. And so, yeah, I guess I'll keep you guys updated. But yeah, Hacker CD, welcome in, by the way. I like your joke. Want to hear a roof joke? It's on the house MD, please. And so forgive me for being very rambling in my stories. I am reading these messages. But yeah, what can I say? I will say, guys, and I try not to do this too often because I know it's not a great look, okay, to be so self-obsessed, just so self-obsessed, but I do think I looked pretty hot in the outfit. Like, it was kind of like that feeling when, like, I put on everything, all the finishing touches, right, from head to toe, and I looked in the mirror and I was like, oh my God. Like, I kind of surprised myself. And yeah, it was just one of those surreal moments where I was like, this is an interesting thing to be wearing. And especially, guys, this is 100% true. I swear on my life. So the place that it was hosted at, the beautiful couple that wanted to have sex with me, they live in an apartment, right? And so the car park, well, there was two options. You could go to the underground basement, and there was no way in hell that I was doing that because I get, parking anxiety at the worst of times. Or could park at the station car park, which was like across the road and a little bit of a walk. And so I was like, oh my God. I drove in my little maid outfit with my little bell at my neck. And by the time I got to the station, it was fine, unlimited parking, which is great. I was like, I have to cross the road and walk like 200 meters wearing this with my feather duster. And there was literally at the apartment, like at the bottom of the apartment, there was like this kind of cafe. Like sometimes apartments have like shops down the bottom. And so there was this cafe that was fucking as full as can be, right? Of course. And this was like, the party started at 7, yeah. And literally, it was as full as can humanly be. And I was crossing the road and just feeling like, oh my God, people are staring. And there was this one like couple that was crossing the road, and they were just like grinning at me. And I was just like, take a picture to last longer type beat. And it was just like the most surreal experience, like humiliation ritual type beat. Cause like, I guess I hadn't really thought that far ahead. Like I hadn't thought to bring a coat or something. I was just like, oh yeah, I'm just going to magically teleport from my home to theirs. But no, there's actual logistics involved. You have to drive to the place, which I was also trying not to think about people seeing me in their fucking rear view mirrors and being like, is that a maid? And then the walk to the actual apartment and like through the fucking back rooms of their apartment complex. It literally looked like a scene from Severance, bro. Like I was turning in like 50 corridors and it all looked the exact same. And I was like, am I going the right way? But eventually, yeah, it was liminal AF. Eventually I got to the right place. So I'm knocking on the door thinking, oh, please be the right door, because if this is the wrong house and someone opens the door to see me dressed like this, it's over. It's Jova. And so, yeah, thankfully it was the right house. Though I will say, because the girl from the couple, because she was wearing the outfit of the guy who's wearing normal clothes at the front and lingerie at the back, like when she opened the door, she looked normal. And I was like, oh, I've severely misinterpreted the theme for tonight's party. But then like, she's like, oh, come in. And like, as she turned around, I saw the full ensemble and I was like, ah, I have correctly determined the theme for this party. And so that made me feel a little bit more at home. Also, another thing, when I was just kind of like saying hello to everyone and getting settled in, I noticed that the couple had a few books on their bookshelf that was literally my favorite, like my top 3 books ever. And funnily enough, you can't make this up, one of the top books was this one, or not this one specifically. It was a different translation, but Dante's Inferno. And then under that was Lolita, the other favorite book of mine that got recently usurped by this. And then under that was Dracula, which was like one of my other favorite books. And so I was like, oh my gosh, these people are like meant to be, they're meant to want to have sex with me. Sorry, no, that's inappropriate. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, oh, I can already tell we're going to be great platonic friends. That's everything, and so yeah, it's crazy work. It was just like really funny because it was literally those 3 books in a pile, and I was like, that's crazy. We're literally we're so on the same page. And again, why didn't Alex introduce us earlier? Because I think the first time I met them was very briefly one time when we went to the beach. Because it was the first time, I was kind of shy, and I didn't really talk too much with them. I was mainly talking to Alex as the like connector between the 2 groups. And so like the party most recently was when I actually got to talk to them both a bit more. And I was like, okay, getting some vibes here, and I'm not hating it. But yeah, it was funny in general just to go around and like tickle people with a feather duster and stuff. And to just like, yeah, to celebrate my beautiful friend's birthday. You guys have met him. He's a great guy, and he hadn't had a party for like ages, probably 6 years or longer. And I ended up getting him, should I say, some handcuffs and some massage oil for a present. So I was like, well, hope these come in handy, bro. And yeah, I didn't know if the present should be on theme, but I just went for it anyway. And yeah, good for Alex, right? It was a fun party, and I didn't even realize how late it had gotten before it was time to go. Like, it was probably close to 2 a.m., if I'm not mistaken, give or take. And I was like, holy shit, the last time I checked, it was like 10 p.m. And so, yeah, most people ended up leaving at relatively the same time. And by the time I got home and stuff, like I was just super, super wrecked. And weirdly simultaneously also wired, but I guess you can imagine why. And yeah, that's probably another reason why I just slept through all of Sunday. But I already knew that I'm just going to be too tired to do much of anything. I was considering actually streaming, because I'd ended up not going to the second thing that I had planned to do. But I don't think it would have been much entertainment value because I'd just be like snoring. But yeah, it was an interesting time. And for the snacks as well, like they'd bought these mannequins from like the op shop, which is like a thrift store here, and they like turn them over and like put the food on the actual mannequins. So it's like you're eating off someone, and that was very funny. Though, yeah, I will say I was kind of hungry by the end of the night. That's the thing about having those big parties, you know, it's like no matter how many snacks you put out, because there's like 20 or more of us there, it's usually just like to quell your severe appetite, but still leave you a little bit hungry. At least that's how I felt by the end of the night. And so, yeah, it was a very interesting experience, and I got to meet some new people, make some new friends. Yeah, I was nervous because I was expecting to feel way more self-conscious and stuff, but in fact, like I felt really, I don't know, I felt in my element, weirdly enough. Maybe because there's something about putting on a full-on costume that makes you feel like you're wearing armor in a sense. Like it's not me, right? It's a version of me, or like the maid version. Weirdly enough, it's similar to how I feel when streaming sometimes. But like, yeah, I was expecting to be like, oh my gosh, I feel so uncomfortable, or like so weird. But I just felt like I was wearing a cute little outfit, and I was enjoying the company of some funky, fresh individuals. And so, yeah, it was an interesting experience to say the least. And then Alex posted on like the Facebook event the day after, like, thank you guys for coming, stay tuned for Slutmania 2 next year, JK, unless. So who knows, it might become a tradition, we'll have to see. Still, like, I feel like it was pretty tame considering the actual title of the party. Not that I'm complaining, right? Like, it's still a fun time to dress up and stuff. But I feel like some further clarification about the nature of things would have been good, because like I was stressing for the longest time with my friends and stuff in our own group chats, like, oh my gosh, how far do we take this? I'm so glad that I didn't wear the even sluttier outfit that I had been considering, which is basically just like a mesh bodysuit dress, and that's it. Because I was like, well, slutty, like that's slutty, right? The outfit that I ended up going for was like kind of like cosplay status. You know, they're usually quite sexy and like dressed up, but it's not full on like, okay, well, this is like suddenly a sex party. Yeah, that couple maybe would have actually gone to 3 minutes in heaven at that point. But yeah, it was so funny because like I know I'm telling this now in retrospect and it sounds so obvious that like there was something happening, right? But like when I first started talking to them, right, like I was not sure what was happening, because they're both just really super nice to chat to and like really personable and really engaging. And like I was like, okay, maybe they're just being friendly. Even as like at one point, I almost said her name, the girl, she was showing me her books, right? And she was like, oh yeah, and you know, Dracula was actually based on this book, which is about two lesbian vampires. And I was like, oh really? That's really cool. I love that. And she's like, yeah, lesbian vampires. And I was like, yeah. Just kind of trying to feel out the vibe, like, is this some kind of code? I don't know. I was like, that sounds really cool. I love lesbian vampires. Two great things that go together. And so, and also like okay, if you guys want, I'll tell you what the other, like the guy from the couple was wearing on his shirt, but like, it's pretty naughty, okay? So you guys have to hype me up a little bit here. Oh gosh. And yeah, it is wild stuff, Hacker. I totally agree. And so yeah, nothing I love more than lesbians and vampires. Crazy, right? And so I was just like trying to feel out the vibes. And she was also like, she was focusing her attention on me in such a way that made me feel flustered, but in a good way. And I realized that I'm not the recipient of that kind of attention very much, but I often am the like the active person doing that sometimes. And whether it's intentional or not, because usually I like to give people my full attention, right? I was like the on the other side of that for once, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I feel so like seen right now. And it's like simultaneously an uncomfortable and exciting feeling, where the uncomfortableness is not an unpleasant emotion. It's more just like whoa, what's happening right now, you know? Yeah, taste of my own medicine. I don't know if I'm as charismatic as she is / was, but it was like when someone's talking to you and they're just like focused in on what you're saying, and they're like, yeah, that's so true, and they're like smiling at you, and they're like looking you in the eyes, they're asking you interesting questions, and it's like you have their utmost attention. They're not looking at their phone, they're not looking at other people or around the room. They're just like, so tell me about your life. Wow, that's so cool. And it's like, oh my God, I'm being perceived right now by a hot person. And so it was just like, it was nice and flustering and like just strange, but in a nice way. So yeah, it's weird. Like, I don't know. I found myself being like, so almost second guessing like whether or not I was just reading too much into it, even with all the signs, right? Like, because it's hard to tell. Like sometimes, I mean, on my own, like speaking from my own experience, you don't want to put yourself out there and then just be like, oh no, actually, we're just like talking to you like normal friends would. Like, sorry, I didn't mean to give you that impression. And like, that's really scary and uncomfortable, because it's like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to imply anything. I didn't mean to imply that you wanted to go to 3 minutes in heaven with me. Yeah, it's hard to tell things in the moment, right? And so often there's this comical situation that comes about where it's only until the signals are like a neon sign flashing in front of your face, like, I want to have sex with you, that it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like, oh, okay, cool. Thumbs up. Yeah, 3 minutes. I know. That's what I said, is rookie numbers. Like I originally put 7 minutes because that's the like the movie slang or whatever. 7 rhymes with heaven, etc. But then my friends were like, no, that's too long. What if you're stuck with someone random in like a closet for 7 minutes? I'm like, fine, I'll change it to 3. But anyway, it was just like yeah, I don't know, just an interesting experience, and being like, how much clearer of a sign do I need before I'm like just gonna go for it, you know what I mean? And be like, so do you guys like, is like, what's happening here? Yeah, let's bump it up to 5 for Slutmania 2. I think that's a good way to go about it. Just one of those interesting things, and like, yeah, I don't know. I still kind of can't tell if they were just playing up the bit because of the event. But I guess we'll see. So yeah, that's like some of the stories from that party. And so yeah. It's God, it was a wild experience. Maybe if I muster up the courage by the end of the stream, I'll tell you guys what was on the man's shirt, because it was very, very funny. Yeah, the blushing is crazy. Like, I literally, I don't know. Sometimes just a well-placed smile is just like, that's that's flustering enough. When you have someone's full attention and they're making like flirty jokes, I'm like, are you like talking, like, you talking to someone behind me, or like, oh, lesbian vampires? And so yeah, I'm still not sure what the vibe is, but I don't even know when I'll see them again, because like I said, these were Alex's friends. So to like bridge the gap and be like, so should we just hang out, just us, kind of like, yeah. I don't know if that would be kind of too weird, but anyway, I'm sure we'll all hang out sometime soon, because like now that we've met, like the groups have cross-pollinated, so to speak, there might be more events where we all hang out together, like going to the beach, or doing more stuff that group likes to do, which is like more of the D&D and like, yeah, the scout stuff, like camping and stuff, which is not really what my high school group has done before. Like, we usually just do the philosophy club gatherings and, yeah, like sometimes playing board games and stuff. So cross pollinated. Yeah, legit. And so, yeah, I also got to meet Alex's new girlfriend, which like they've only just started going out. So I don't want to like to jinx anything or like to go into too much detail. I was really excited to talk to her more because the previous time when we met, like we basically only got to say hello. And I was like, well, I want to know more about this girl. And so she seems really sweet and super, super lovely. Like, I'm really happy for him because he's been kind of stressed out a little bit, TBH, wanting to find love. And I'm like, bro, there's no rush. But I think maybe for some people, they want that feeling, you know, of just like, yeah, being in a relationship and stuff. I'm like, okay, that's fine. You do you. I think I don't know. I tend to prefer, like I have eclectic tastes. Let's just leave it at that. A philosophy gathering is an interesting way of putting it. That's hilarious. I swear to God, that's not an innuendo. We do have philosophy club. We have book club. We have board game club. We have a bunch of random clubs. But yeah, I can see how that would come across. Zen Daily, welcome in, welcome in. And yeah, Alex is such a sweet guy. Like, you guys know firsthand, he's funny, he's creative, he's cheeky as well. And so that's also an interesting experience, actually, which I don't think I've talked about this on stream before, but it's something that I'm highly cognizant of when my guy friends get girlfriends, and I'm just like, okay, what does that mean for our friendship? Because a lot of the times, and this has happened before, which is really sad, like, a guy will get a girlfriend and then I'll just never hear from him ever again. And like, this happened with one of my really, really close friends that I thought was a ride or die, which was kind of sad because literally he got a girlfriend and like dropped off the face of the earth and just ghosted not only me, but like our whole friend group. And I was like, what the hell, man? And apparently he got like married and stuff and like didn't tell anyone. And it was like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of sad. And so I don't know. I'm always just like wondering, like, you know, what does it mean for the friendships that I have with my very close friends? Like, once they kind of, I don't know, they decide to take next steps in their like romantic or personal lives. Because I know that, yes, I can be flirty and I can be like a bit silly or whatever. But sometimes I feel like people don't understand that I can also be quite normal too. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, when some guys find a girl, that's their life now. I think that was kind of the case, right? And no, I'm not married yet, but if you guys want to see me get married to Mr. Germa without him knowing, that's what the fund is there for. No, I like I said, I have eclectic tastes. The only guy out there for me is, well, he doesn't know I exist, and the other guy is a cartoon character, so it's kind of, it sucks. But yeah. For the low, low price of $4.23, exactly. It's a steal, right? But yeah, like, it's funny because like I know that I have a flirty personality. I've come to terms with it. It's terminal, unfortunately. But like, I think some guys think that once they get a girlfriend that like I'll still be hitting on them or like I'll still be acting as if, I don't know, like disrespecting their relationship or something, which I think in a way is like kind of, what's the word? It's like they don't recognize that like I can control myself. Like, I know you're so handsome and so attractive and it'll be so hard for me to control my urges, but yeah, I can act normal like when you have your girlfriend around and like, you know, it's like not that big of a deal. But yeah, I've had that experience a few times. And also, like, the other thing where I meet a guy and I'm like, oh, okay, they seem like a chill dude. It's nice to get to know someone. But then it becomes kind of clear that they're, I don't know, practicing with me, if that makes sense. Like, whether or not they're practicing their flotation skills or, like, you know, they're just trying to, like, hit on me as a way to get better at hitting on people. And it's like they actually don't really have any intentions of being a friend. Or anything like that. They're just like, well, Emmy's just like that, so she's good for practicing. And it's like, it's not a nice feeling because, yeah, I enjoy making connections with people, but as long as they're genuine and not just like, you know, the kind of thing like You know that meme from Toy Story where it's like, I'm done playing with you now, and they, I think it's Sid. Oh, I can't remember. He just like drops the toy, and it's like, it's not a nice feeling when someone suddenly ghosts you the second they get a new girlfriend or whatever, and then they break up, and then they come back around like, oh hey, how you doing? And it's like, I literally thought you were dead, dude. What's going on? And so yeah, it's one of those things that you just kind of, well, at least for me, I've come to accept it. And yeah, the use and discard. It's kind of a thing that sometimes people do without even noticing as well. And even if it's not done maliciously, sometimes it can feel a little bit, I don't know, like, what's the word? Obvious? And it's like, come on, bruh, it ain't that deep. And in fact, I love getting to meet all kinds of people. And so some people think that I don't want to meet their new girlfriends or whatever. It's like, no, I don't care. Like, girlfriend, boyfriend, in between friend. Like, I want to, if someone's in your life and they make you happy, of course I want to get to know them. Or maybe they just want to keep those worlds separate. Because I have had situations where, like, my guy friends get a girlfriend and then their girlfriend just doesn't like me for whatever reason. And, you know, that's also valid, I suppose. But it's sad because it's not like I ever have any ill will in my heart for anyone, let alone those close people in my life that I want to be happy and for them to succeed and have wonderful, fruitful relationships. Like, there was this one friend of mine who I haven't spoken to in ages. He had a girlfriend that I really liked, and we did stuff together. Like, we had activities that we did together. And I was like, yeah, we're pretty chill, right? And he broke up with her, or she broke up with him, or something like that. And then eventually I was like, oh my gosh, dude, how are you feeling? Da da da. And he was like, yeah, this and that. Oh, by the way, my girlfriend never liked you. And I was like, oh my God, why? I thought we would chill like that. Apparently not. And so that type of thing happens every once in a while, and it's disheartening because it's like, I think sometimes people get an idea of someone and then that's just how they see you forever in their minds, and everything you do after that is just like colored by their assumption. So even if you're like being nice, it's like, oh, she's being nice because she's like being fake or something. Or like if you're having a bad day, it's like, oh my gosh, she's irritable and that's her true colors. Like, she's such a this and this, you know? And it's like, it's just weird because it's like, I just want people to take me at face value because that's what I do to everyone else. It's easier for me to just assume that people are being legit when they say stuff, right? And that's kind of how I choose to live my life. And really, all of the subtext and like the games and the flirty twists and turns, I save that for my writing because it's a heavily controlled sandbox where you can like tinker with stuff and experiment, and there's no real stakes, right? You're not going to break anyone's heart. You're not going to give anyone the wrong impression. And so in person, I will just say what I'm thinking, no matter if it's whatever it is, if it's thirsty, if it's happy, if it's whatever. On Twitch, there's some level of moderation because, you know, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to dox myself or give away too revealing information, right? Also, the fact that anyone could be watching. And so I'm kind of thinking of that sometimes, like, oh my gosh, what if my grandma, if she could understand English, were to stumble upon this and hear me talking about a couple that wants to have sex with me? What would she say? And so that's why I recognize there's like a layer of filter when it comes to streaming, but in person, right? If I'm just talking to someone one-on-one, it's basically just like the thought happens and the thought comes out, for better or for worse, right? And so I tend to assume purposefully that that's how other people are being as well, unless it's extremely obvious. And so when I find out later that that's not the case, right, it is heartbreaking. I think, like, Ben, that's the word, right? Because it's like, whoa. I mean, this whole time I was like having a chill time with you, and apparently you never liked me. I don't know what I did. And, you know, I would be remiss to assume that it's for any one thing. Sometimes I have to recognize that it's just like, that's just a thing. And yeah, sometimes girls just don't like it when their partners have other girlfriends, like friends who are girls. But I don't know. I think that's sad. It's limiting, right? I just, yeah, have to learn to be like, well, I guess I'll see you in the next like 6 years. Yeah, let's test it, guys. One-on-one calls, let's go. But yeah, it's one of those things. And I think with my situation, it's a little bit like, I don't want to say unique, like, oh my gosh, I'm so unique, guys. Like, no one has my life. No one is like me, you know? I'm just so unique. So bear with me here. The fact that I write poetry and the fact that I stream and like have specific interests in like erotica or erotica adjacent stuff, it like lends a particular charge to a lot of friendships and conversations that maybe otherwise would not be there. And because of that, like, it just means that I think maybe some people are a bit extra wary, like partners of friends, etc., etc. Because it's like, I don't know. Again, it's one of those things where people assume that I just can't be normal, but it's like, oh, so you write erotica, so you must want to have sex with every single person on the planet. And it's like, well, not every person. Like, okay, no. It's just like, it's one of those things where people learn something about you and then they just take that to be your whole entire situation, right? It's like, well, no, actually, it's a little bit more nuanced. But, you know, it's a very human thing to do. And yeah, it's like, you know, how you can wear a bikini at the beach and it's fine, but if you wore a bikini to work, they'll be actually really inappropriate. It's kind of like that. It's like, yeah, in particular modes, I can be flirty with people, or I can talk about my writing that gets on the side of a little bit thirstier than thirsty, right? But that's not the only thing that I'm interested in. And certainly when it comes to meeting people for like the first time and stuff like that, it's more like a second or third conversational topic, you know? Yeah, typecast, I think, is a good word for it too. Yeah, it's one of those things. Visibly welcoming, by the way. I had someone decide to nope out of interacting with me on a dating site because I write horror. Like, we were getting along, I thought, pretty well, and then they were just like, no, bye. Oh gosh, that's really sad. Horror, really? I mean, that's cool to me. But yeah, so people just have their own like icks and their own like scaffolding in their brain of like, okay, if they do this and I do that, if they like this and I'm not gonna like that. And so eventually I do believe that if you just be your most authentic self, which I know is the most cliche advice ever, the right people like on your wavelength will find you. And it's good for you because like you don't want to be around people that you don't like or like secretly don't like you. You don't need that in your life. What you need in your life is people that will uplift you and make you feel like you're, I don't know, like you're loved and wanted and appreciated, and that inspire you, that make you feel, I don't know, that make you feel good, inspire good feeling within you. And so that's something that I try to keep in my mind. And yeah, it's the okay, I'm stuttering. It's the you can't win them all philosophy. And I think as I get older, you know, pushing 30, guys, pushing 30, as my sister likes to say, I'm only 26. It's a more and more true and like comfortable philosophy to have. Because I don't want to waste my time with people that say one thing and mean another, or like that just don't seem to be like at the same point in their journey, whatever that means, as I am, you know? And so, yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at right now. And the cool thing, again, about Twitch and about having friends that are generous enough to let you meet their friends is that there's a lot of choice, essentially. And you don't have to get stuck with like the first person that you kind of meet. Like, oh shit, you know, it's like, it's not like that. It's a bit more like that in school because you can't really escape people. But if you meet someone and you don't really vibe, it's like, it's cool to just be like, you know what, I've enjoyed our time together, getting to know each other, but like, I think we're in two different places right now. And you don't even really have to say it like that. You can just be like, oh, it was nice to meet you. And just like, you know, just casually not drift apart. I don't think ghosting is a good thing to do to people, but like just make it clear your intentions with tact and grace and poise if possible. So but yeah, there are lonely aspects, it's true, but I think there's another aspect that I haven't really talked much about. It's like the self-sufficient one, which is like, I know I'm an extrovert. I'm an ENFP, if anyone cares about the MBTI thing. And I've heard that that type specifically is the most introverted extrovert. And I've found that to be extremely true because I get so energized being around people and like learning about people and getting to know them, their deepest, darkest secrets and stuff. But I also love my own solitude and spending time with myself, getting my thoughts out, getting to write and make music and stuff. And so like, because I am that way inclined, it's not the worst thing in the world when I'm left to my own devices, so to speak. And in fact, I think I would find it a bit too cloying and a bit too much to always have to be like, what's the word? Like, not deferential to someone, but like accountable to someone that was always just like around, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, I like my personal space. I like the ebbs and flows of my own social ability where I can spend some time on my own. And then when I'm ready, I can come back out and do the social butterfly thing and then rinse and repeat, right? And so it's like, it's one of those things where I'm grateful that I have a situation here where I can do exactly that, right? And I think I would kind of hate it if it were any other way, to be honest. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's typical. A lot of people prefer having like, I don't know, like a partner or like a friend or family member, like that kind of makes them a unit, if that makes sense. But I almost feel like I am my own unit in that way. I like my own company for the most part. And that's where, well, basically the only time where the true creative stuff can happen for me, because it's like, it's hard to write when there's people around, at least for me. I need my own like space and quiet and yeah, to really get into the weeds of something, like it's kind of goblin mode activate, you know what I mean? Just hunched over a desk at like 3 a.m. typing madly or writing in one of my millions of notebooks. So yeah, it's a whole thing. I enjoy my company and I don't often feel like I'm lacking in that sense. And that's also probably because the type of social interactions that I get and familial interactions that I get are also such high quality. So does that make sense? Like if I were, if I had worse friends, then maybe I would be kind of more needful. But I'm very, very lucky in the sense that I have such high quality friends, guys, that you have actually, you can actually vouch for me in that sense. And also I plan to have even more on stream for you guys to meet. And so, yeah, like when the other Alex, I know there's a lot of Alexes, happened to show up on stream, I ended up talking with him later just over Facebook Messenger, like, oh my God, I can't believe you were actually watching. Would you like to be on stream, like for real? And he said a very excited but tentative yes. And so we have to organize that at some point. And I'm thinking about making it like maybe a weekly segment or a twice monthly segment, like a specific day where we just have someone on, whether it's the Green Man that you guys are all crazy for, fair enough, or like one of my friends, maybe a new one, maybe one that you met before. I think that would be really fun because, like I said, it takes half the load off me as the host, and also it offers you guys a new insight into my world, and yeah, like the perspective, like if you guys want to know what I was like in early high school, or if you want to know what I'm really like off camera, like instead of hearing it from me, you can hear it from them and get the full unedited, uncensored, uncut story. Because like, yeah, I feel like it's more authentic that way, because we always see ourselves in a particular way. It might not be entirely accurate to how others see us. And it's always very revealing. Actually, I laughed my ass off when the Alex was in the chat and I was like, okay, so tell the people, like, what am I like in real life? And I think he said that I'm flirtier in real life. And I just started laughing because I was like, it's true, but how is that even possible considering how flirtatious this stream can get? And so it's like stuff like that I think is really, really funny. And I have so many people that I want you guys to meet. It's like, yeah, if I can swing it, like if I can actually convince my friends, because it is quite nerve-wracking. And you guys will have to be on your best behavior, though I'm sure you will be. Because, like, it's one thing to actually agree to it. It's another thing to actually be in the moment and, like, trying to keep up with the chat or, like, looking at, like, inside jokes and being like, wait, what does that mean? Stuff like that. And so, yeah. Pretty brave of him to fess up, I know, and I'm actually pretty glad that he stopped me in the middle of my thought, because I was going to say something way more lurid and in depth about my thoughts on that particular topic. Like midway through confessing some kind of latent or nascent kink, and then it just happens to manifest in that moment. I was like, holy shit, what's happening? And so yeah, that's very, very funny. Also, he told me, or actually, I think he told the chat how he actually came across the stream. It's because Discord ratted me out again. So, yeah. He said that he would like to be on stream, and I'll have to organize a time. I want to maximize, like, you guys being able to meet this person. So, it'll probably be on the weekend, maybe Sunday. Because Sunday here is Saturday for most of you guys, right? So it's like a good time, a good leisurely, relaxing time where people can pop in and out. And so, yeah, it was just a random chance that that happened. And like, again, you can't make this stuff up. It's like, it almost feels like it was staged, because I was like, yeah, I wonder if a friend IRL happened to be watching and I wouldn't even know. And it's like, I know you IRL. It's like, okay, really prove it. And then me just like having a heart attack live on stream. And so, yeah, I swear, I literally had no idea. And my gosh, the conversation we had after the stream was very, very funny. We chatted for like an hour afterwards, and I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. And so, yeah, guest day Sundays. I think that could be fun. Yeah, I'll have to wrangle up some people, and we should actually, if you guys will humor me, I want to come up with some new interview questions, because last time we made one together, which was like about 20 or 30 questions. Don't quote me. And that served us very, very well. The only issue was that when I upgraded my computer, I lost that file. It's probably somewhere buried in my like external hard drive, but I can't be bothered, and it's outdated now. So if you guys can think of questions that you'd like me to ask any guest that happens to be on, just let me have them and I'll write them down. So blue dress or gold dress? You know what? I'm putting every suggestion down, so don't be shy. Blue dress or gold dress. Can you guys hear me typing? I'm really sorry if you can. I remember when we first did it, there was questions like how much can you bench press and how fast can you run, because you guys are trying to scare the guests off. But this time, be serious slash, you know, non-threatening. Because I actually want to not only use the stream as a way for you to get to know them, but for me to deepen my friendships with these people. Because, you know, you could know someone for like a decade and still learn new stuff about them. So how did you and Emmy meet? That's great. How did you and Emmy meet? And so we'll just keep going until like we feel like we've exhausted our creativity. Who are you? How did you get in here? Are you going to leave before I call the cops? Those are pretty good. Those would be especially helpful for when I first got interrupted by a particular green alien, because that was very, very scary. Who are you is a great one, because they can, like, in their own words, describe, like, you know, like how they see themselves, etc., etc. Emto, welcome in. You keep missing the alien, Ben. Oh my gosh, you'd love him. I'm looking forward to the Emmy Cherry extended universe. That's very funny. It's real. It's really real. And I really do believe that we are basically who we hang out with and the media that we consume. And so it is a valid way to learn more about me. And I'm going to let them say whatever they want. Like, I'll be like, okay, don't dox yourself. Don't dox me. Don't say your entire credit card and see CCV or whatever it's called. But please, if they want to say, no, she's actually a total bitch in real life. Or like, I don't know. Yeah, you know how she talks with an Australian accent? She's actually British and she's just doing it for the bit. And like 5 years into streaming, she's going to reveal it. Like, I'm just going to be like, say what you want. Like, you know, it's the floor is yours. And so we'll see how we go. When is Emmy Cherry 5 coming out? I don't know. I really don't know. When they decide to replace me, then Emmy Cherry 5 might be entirely AI. Let's see. Estido, hello. I saw him drink water in the VOD. That really tickled me. It's very disturbing when Green Man drinks through his mask, but that's the only way he can do it. So you have to have, sympathy for the guy. Broken Lover, welcome in. I'm very well, thank you. How are you? How are you guys doing today? I want to know your mood in one word or less, okay? And just, it's fine too, if that's how you're feeling. My gosh, I still have poems to read to you guys as well. Actually, I have one that I wrote today, which was so much fun. It was like, it started from a writing exercise that quickly spiraled out of control. The only issue is that it has like, so it's kind of for/about a friend. It has his name in it, and I don't know if he would want me to say his name, so I might have to just blank out that word. Because it's like a pun about his name, but it was so fun because like every single word starts with the letter L, and so that kind of poem is actually a specific kind of poem. It's called a tautogram, T-A-U-T, taut. And I had never really attempted something like that before in terms of the length of it, because it's hard. It's just, you know, it's difficult to do. Though one of my favorite ever writers, Christian Bach, actually made a whole book of those types of poems. And I've read some of those before on stream. It's like the first chapter is called A, and then every single word starts with the letter A, and it actually makes sense. It's crazy. And so it's like one of those things where I was just playing around, trying to warm up my alphabet. You guys know that, how I say hello to my alphabet and stuff like that. And I was like, you know, it'd be funny. This kind of rhyme has been stuck in my head. Let's see how far I can push it. And then by the end of it, I had this really kind of longish poem by my standards that all started with the letter L. And I was like, damn, I actually impressed myself here. And so I'll read that to you guys in just a sec. But please, if you have more questions, I'll put them down. So far, we've got blue dress or gold dress. How did you and Emmy meet? And who are you? So please keep them coming. What kind of music do you like? That's a great question. What kind of music do you like? This is great because my friends have such different tastes. Like some of them are into folk music, some of them are into like heavy metal. I'm very basic, I think. I'm really into like pop music and disco. And so like every time my friend plays me a song, I'm just like, damn, this seems really like underground and niche. And it's like, no, Emmy, you're just basic. How could you improve humanity? That's a wonderful question. How could you improve humanity? Let's see. Favorite word. I love it. Favorite word. Oh, I want you guys to answer that too. For me, it's like choosing a favorite child. But I tend to go through phases. So if I had to pick one right now, probably the word lucky. And I'll explain a bit more about that later. But lucky. I've been feeling lucky recently. Maybe I've just got that couple on my mind. If you know, you know. But yeah, it's a nice way to feel. And there have been a few things that have like fallen into place that have like given me that feeling. And now, you know, I'm not really that woo-woo, at least I try not to be. But yeah, lucky. It's got a nice ring to it. So let's see. My favorite word over the past 6 months has been awesome. I love that word, awesome. Serendipity is also beautiful. A lot of these favorite words of mine in particular they seem to have like a mouthfeel, as weird as that sounds, or like they have an association that's borderline synesthetic, but I don't like to claim too often and too heavily that I am synesthetic, because it's like the most obvious pick-me thing, right? Like, oh my gosh, I'm so unique. I like taste words and see music, and it's like, okay, you know, get on with it. But like, you know, I think I've just spent so much time around words that it's almost like the difference between absolute perfect pitch and relative pitch. So perfect pitch, you can't learn. You have to just have it from birth, as in you have to be trained from young enough to have it. So you can hear any sound and know exactly what note it is, right? But if you're really into music and really into music theory, etc., you can learn how to pick out notes to a degree of finesse that mirrors like perfect pitch, basically perfectly. But it's not, it's relative. I feel like that is analogous. Oh my God. Oh shit. Oh shit. We just did it. The mystery secret. Oh fuck. Okay. Fuck me. Okay, I knew this day would come eventually. So let me just like do some explaining here. Okay. When I first made this challenge, I did not expect to go on hiatus for basically a whole year, right? It was never meant to go on this long. And so I hope that this lives up to the hype. But I had a feeling, I had an inkling that we would complete the challenge today. So I did take a photo of the thing because I can't unfortunately pick up you guys and take you over to the garage right now. So I'm going to show you the photo and then we're going to talk about it and you guys are going to be normal about it, okay? So for those of you that may be joining us for the first time, the mystery secret is a secret thing that's in my garage currently. And it's something that I've had for a very long time. I've actually had it since before I moved here. It's something that I had in my old bedroom as well that was just out of frame. And I've always wanted to share it with you guys. I didn't know how, right? And I didn't know when I would feel comfortable. So I'm going to show you a picture now. And I want you guys to be the ones to like guess or say what it is in the chat. So are you ready? Are you ready? Now you'll notice that I'm wearing the same jumper because I literally took this right before stream. Actually, I've got two pictures. There's one with me actually interacting with the thing and one of the thing by itself. Are you guys ready? You have to say, yes, Emmy, we're so ready. We're so ready. Let's see. Wait. This is my garage. I know it's messy AF. Just ignore everything else and don't look at me. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Look at this. And this is me interacting with the thingy. That was literally, I took that like right before I started stream. I'm wearing the same jumper. Oh. So, yes, it's a pole. It's a pole dancing pole. And I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. So I'm gonna just rattle some answers like right off the bat. No, I'm not a stripper. Yes, it's just for fun. I don't make any money doing it. Yes, I'm pretty bad about it. I don't know when the stream will be if we do it. Tiny dancer. Questions, requests. Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about it. So, I never meant to hide this from you guys. It was something I actually wanted to talk about for ages, right? But when I first started streaming, I knew, okay, it's too much. We've got the horny poetry, we've got the thirsty Thursdays, we've got the thirsting after Germa. I can't keep adding horny stuff because it's going to give people the wrong impression, right? I also just wasn't socially comfortable enough to talk about that yet. But I always knew I wanted to because it's part of my life. You know, I want to share my life with you guys. And by the time I was finally ready to talk about it, we set the mystery challenge, right, as or the mystery secret rather, as like a bit of a joke, as a bit of a meme. And then I was like, oh yeah, we'll probably do this relatively quickly if I'm streaming my regular streaming sessions. And then last year happened and I basically took the better part of a year off, right? And so the mystery secret kind of just kept getting pushed and delayed and delayed and delayed. And I was like, wow, this is now like a thing. It's like people like will be waiting for this. They hopefully will, think it's worth the wait. And it will almost seem like I've been trying to hide it from people, or like, trying to, I don't know, just be not transparent about it, right? Oh, Quill, hello. Thank you for the wink. Also, I think I missed one from before. Did I? This is for you, Quill. Ding! And let me check if I missed any others. But yeah, does that make sense? Like, I wanted to talk about this for a long time, and it was only because of, like, the couple of big breaks that I took that I was just like, oh, I guess we'll get around to it. Broken Lover. Did I do the wink from before? If not, let's just do another one. Ding! And so... And a hydrate, thank you. So, visibly upset, you're absolutely right. The thing with pole dancing is that while it has a reputation as being a stripper thing, it's also a super intensive workout. Legs, arms, core strength, you're so right. And if you guys are curious, I will tell you the full story, right? It's like, it's something that I've done on and off for a couple years now. Like I said, I had it back before I even moved out. And it's very funny, the way that I actually purchased and became the owner of that pole. I'd been going to classes with one of my friends. I don't know if she'd want me to tell who it is. I should probably be fine with it. But sometimes I just try to be cautious because I know, like, I'm cautious with my own information. I started going because a friend went, and she's like, it's so much fun, just come and try it. Like, seriously, you'll enjoy it. And so I did. I ended up going to regular classes, and eventually I was like, you know what? I want to get a pole of my own. And I knew 100% that my parents would never, ever, ever let me get a pole, right? A pole dancing pole. And so kind of like similar to what I did with another thing that I'll tell you guys about, I took the method of, instead of asking for permission, I begged for forgiveness after the fact. And so I bought the pole. I drove to like a not so sketchy, but a far away place from my house, paid in like cash, took the pole home and showed my parents like, I bought this. Can I put it up? And they were like, what the fuck? And they were like, okay, wait, let me just get my head around this. They knew that I'd been going to pole dancing classes, but they didn't know that I was planning to buy one. And so I did this thing, which wasn't really on purpose, but looking back, it actually worked out perfectly. I was like, okay, so I bought this pole. Can I put it up in the lounge room? And they were like, absolutely not. And I was like, oh, okay, fine. Well, can I put it in my room? And they were like, I guess so. And so it was almost like, when you put your foot in the door and you have to negotiate down. But I wanted it in my room in the first place. I was like, that's fine, right? Actually, I would have preferred it if it was in the lounge room because there was more space. But anyway, I was like, that's fair. You don't want to strip a pole in your nice, bright, very family-friendly living room. That's pretty reasonable. And so from then on out, I just had a pole in my room. The thing is that it's designed in such a way that it's pressure mounted. So you don't need to screw in any nails. It's basically like you find one of the beams in the ceiling and you make sure that it's like lined up perfectly. And you kind of extend it out until it's not going anywhere. Like literally the house will fall down first before the pole actually does. And so that's kind of what happened. I found a spot. I think my dad helped me set it up because he's the handyman. So it was kind of like, sorry, Dad, please don't be disappointed in me. And so yeah, we set it up. It was surprisingly roomy, which was interesting because I had my gigantic ass bed in there. I had my desk with my computer, my setup and stuff. I had my wardrobe, which was built in, so that helped. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to fit this pole in here as well and actually have enough room to use it, right? but for some reason it was like the feng shui was just working perfectly, and I had enough room basically to do some tricks, not like full on horizontally. I just like bang my legs into the wall, but it was enough, right? And so I had that for a while, and then by the time it was time to move out, I was like, well, where am I going to put this in my own home? Of course, like my brother was here for a long time, and then I think we were like, okay, where's a good place for this? Because like it's going to take up space no matter where it goes. The garage seemed like a good choice because there's a lot of room, like in a kind of circumference in a way. And I only recently got mats to put on the bottom, so I don't like crack my head open if I happen to fall. But yeah, I hid it. I didn't really hide it, but like my setup was like such that it was literally just there. If I turned my camera just a little bit, you guys would have seen it. And so I just kind of thought to myself, well, I'll show them eventually, right? I just didn't know when. And so, yeah, I will say, despite having been to a bunch of lessons and having my own pole, etc., I'm still pretty bad at it. Like, I wish I could be like, oh my God, guys, like, I'm so good at pole dancing. Like, I'm actually so sexy when I pole dance. Like, it's really not like that. I can do some basic stuff on it. I can do some, like, very simple tricks. And then it's like, yeah, well, that's kind of it. My friend, she is like the top of the level, like top of the class at this point, because she actually kept going to classes, whereas I had to kind of quit them because the studio that I went to shut down. And I still like literally, I kind of got scammed, to be honest. But anyway, that's the whole thing. Like there was some building structural fault in the place and they had to shut down entirely. And the next studio was way too far. So I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe I'll look into it in a bit, and just never went back. But my friend, she kept going to this new studio and she's like really, really good now. And so it's one of those things where I'm like, well, now I just have this pole and I'm kind of shit at it, but it is really, really, really great as a workout. And like when I was going regularly, oh my gosh, the body, oddy was crazy. And like I was surprisingly good at the holds because like I was telling you guys last time, my shoulders and upper back is relatively overdeveloped because of my weird like scoliosis and overcompensation type beat. It had the inadvertent side effect of meaning that like it's pretty good upper body strength, right? As for flexibility, that's completely shit. And for the more complicated tricks, like I'm really not that dexterous. Still though, like it's a lot of fun. And in terms of like calisthenics and stuff, like it's basically a one-stop shop for working out if you just keep at it and train every day. Like I was like joking around saying that I wanted to do the human flagpole. That's really, really intense. It's like when you hold on with just your hands and like your legs are sticking like horizontally out and you're just somehow holding yourself up. That might take a while, but yeah, I like it and it's something I want to do more and more. The garage right now is extremely messy. It's like, it's sad because there's lots of cool stuff in there actually. I've just never gotten around to going through it all properly. But I need to put more mats down, and I also I want it to be like functional, and so sooner, hopefully rather than later, that place will be more amenable to practicing more often and stuff. And who knows, maybe one day, maybe one day we can do a safe for work kind of pole experience, but like you guys will have to be on your very best behavior, okay? Because I know what it's like, it's a special Discord event. I know, like, it's a whole fucking, I feel like a stereotype at this point, I swear on my life I'm not a stripper. Not that there's anything wrong with that, and in fact, one time I actually nearly outed what the secret was because I happened to be scrolling on Twitch and I saw a streamer who was like a pole dancer. She was talking about her shoes and stuff. Shoes are a really big part of the experience. And I was like, this is actually funny. I was asking her about her shoes and I realized, oh my gosh, I sound like I have a foot fetish. So I clarified and I was like, I do pole, by the way. That's why I'm asking. And she's like, oh yeah, that's cool. And then I realized, oh my gosh, if someone sees me in this chat, they're going to like know that I do pole dancing. And so, yeah, it was one of those things where I was like, oh, okay, hopefully no one just saw Emmy Cherry just say that. But yeah, that was a while back, and I was like, okay, maybe just keep it on the DL because yeah, it was quite funny. I was just like, I was asking about the shoes, and I realized how sus I sounded. I was like, yeah, so how many inches are those heels? And it's like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, pick your poison, pole dancer or foot fetishist, legit. And so I've been dying to share this with you guys because it's something that brings me a lot of joy. I just wish I was as good as I used to be. Though I will say, the thing about pole dancing, I don't know if it's just me or if it's a common occurrence, but back when I used to practice often, like once or twice a week, I would be covered in bruises. Like literally, my legs especially, like all up and down my shins would just be red, purplish red, blue bruises. And like people like stop me on the street and be like, "Are you okay? Like, are you safe?" And I'd be like, it's pole dancing." And they're like, "Okay, get out of my sight." And so like, it was one of those things where I could never really feel comfortable fully in dresses because I just looked like something bad had happened, right? Like I'd fallen down the stairs or something. And yeah, good on them. I totally agree. But I think it's a mixture of things. Like there's some conditioning that you need to do where you need to like make your skin a little bit tougher and also your bones and stuff through just repetitive training. But also because, I'm prone to anemia and like vitamin deficiencies being the vampire that I am, like it just means that I'm more, I bruise more easily. And so that was something I was self-conscious about. And of course, like when you dance, like I don't know if many people know this actually, but the way you actually stick to the pole is from the friction caused by like the pole and your skin. And so that's why, besides the eye candy factor, a lot of pole dancers are relatively scantily clad, so to speak. It's because that's literally how they're holding on. Like their skin is sticking them to the pole. And so that actually hurts a lot. It's like, how can I explain it? It's basically like giving yourself rug burn, but the rug is a metal pole. Yes, rather than grip. Thank you, Visibly. And so it's very hard to climb a greasy pole. And in fact, oh gosh, don't clip that. There was, I remember when I was like doing my classes and stuff, there was this stuff that people use for like rock climbing, this like liquid chalk. And you put that on, you like slather it on, and you also like put it on the pole as well. I'm not going to mime that, but you can imagine it. And it would help with the like the slickness, I suppose. Because yeah, if it's too slippery, you literally just can't, like you'll just slide down essentially no matter what you do. And so that was interesting. I'm like, wow, I feel like a rock climber, But yeah, it's always been something I found really interesting. And like the outfits and stuff are really cute. The shoes are gorgeous. It's a whole aesthetic, right? And I know, like, I've said this before in the past, like when it comes to Twitch, like I know that would probably get quite a bit of eyeballs, right? But I don't know if that's like exactly what I want out of Twitch, if that makes sense. Sure, it's a part of my life, and I don't begrudge anyone that like does content like that. But I just feel like it would give people some kind of impression, and yeah, that's why I was a bit wary as well of just telling people straight up or like making it a focus. I want people to see the brains and the beauty. Gosh, so self-conceited. But yeah, it's something that I really, really enjoy, and I want to show you guys more about it eventually. Like, I don't know how. I don't know if there's a good way to do it. Like, I don't think a pole dancing stream can be anything but suggestive, unless I'm wearing like some goofy ass costume. But then again, like, I literally need to be wearing as little as possible to actually use the pole well. And so, yeah, that's the thing. But it's, yeah, I hope that has been worth the wait. And yeah, I mean, it's not like we have to do anything related to it, but because it is something that is part of my life, I figured maybe something I've been entertaining. If we did, it would be like, I don't know, something in the far future, because we still have this to do, and then I wanted to do some other stuff as well that's just been on my mind, and I'm gonna sneeze, pardon me. And so, excuse me. And so, yeah, it's a possibility. But yeah, that's it, guys. There's a pole in my garage. And every time I have people over for the first time and I give them the tour, that's always my favorite part. And usually the first thing people say is like, oh my gosh, can I have a try? And I'm like, yes, of course, please go for it. And you'd be surprised how difficult it is. Most people realize in that moment how the pole dancers and the strippers, they make it look very, very easy. But in fact, it is very, very difficult. Imagine like how much you weigh. And then imagine just trying to hold yourself up by your hands or your shoulders. It's a tricky task. And yeah, I have a pole that can either be static or can be spinny. But if it's static, like if it doesn't move, then you have to move like yourself, and that creates even more friction. And it's like sometimes you get like all red, not rashes, but just like friction burn on your skin from just like, yeah, from just going for it. And so yeah, I'd say most of the guests have tried it, probably except my cousin. I don't think he was that interested, but like, yeah, every guest that you've met, more or less, has tried it, to varying degrees of successfulness. But yeah, did the alien try it? Yes, the alien has tried it. Obviously not in that outfit because it would just be too slippery. Basically everyone except my cousin has tried it, and so that should give you guys some perspective. But yeah, I'm not a secret stripper. I just have a pole in my garage that I like to use for just working out, and just like, you know, when you need to pick me up, I just play some of my favorite music and just like do some little dances and stuff. And that being said, like I said on stream, not even a while back, that I have really bad rhythm when it comes to dancing, and that's pretty true. And so like I also wanted to try pole to get a bit better at dancing, and it helped. But still, it's kind of different to just free dancing. Like, you know, it's a lot of the time the stuff you learn at pole dancing classes, they're choreographed, and so they'll teach you like 1, 2, 3. They'll teach you the steps. They'll teach you exactly how and when to move. And for me, that's like way, way easier than like, I don't know, just listening to a song and then trying to move somehow that fits it. It's really weird. But yeah, explains why Kichi said it was worth it. I honestly hope that it's been worth the wait, because it's been like a year extra than I intended. Don't clip that. But yeah, thank you, Emto. I pole dance, and it's fun, and I enjoy it, and I don't strip. But yeah. If a stripper strips in an empty room and there's no one there watching and throwing cash at them, are they really a stripper? Philosophical question that. You're so right. And honestly, I don't have a good answer for you. It's quite interesting because, like, look, I've never been to a strip club. Like, I know it's crazy, right? I've always wanted to go. But, like, do they actually take off clothes? Because it seems like they already start relatively unclothed, if that makes sense. Like, do they actually start with more clothes on and take them off? Or like, do they like already start with little clothing on and they just dance, and it's just like just a way to describe it? I don't know. It depends on the type of club. That makes sense. Yeah, because like, I don't know, strip club, I have always wanted to go just to get the experience, right? And I was this close at one point. My friends and I were planning to go to it, to one just for fun, but then we kind of chickened out at the last minute, and like I think we just got like, I don't know, we went to a restaurant or something. Yeah, I haven't been to a strip club either. Yeah, it's weird. It's like such a popular thing in like pop culture, right? Like kind of hangover vibes, but yeah, it's kind of a bit more niche IRL, I guess. Maybe it has a particular association to it, right? More seedy and a little bit sleazy. I've always wanted to go to like a Magic Mike club, but they're even more rare and more niche. And like, I think there used to be one here in Victoria, but it got like shut down or something. Like, yeah, it's a whole thing. It's like, I do like looking at scantily clad women just as much as the next guy, but you know, it's just one of those things. What can I say? For study reasons, you better watch Showgirls. All right, I'm on it. But yeah, Was it worth the wait? You guys tell me. Okay. Oh yeah, COVID also probably killed a lot of the strip clubs. It's like very close quarters, very intimate, and low lights, low ventilation. Yeah, it's a sleazy kind of vibe as well, and so I guess that's why. But yeah, I'm not a stripper, I should say. Again, not that there's anything wrong with that. I have a lot of respect for people that make a living any way they can, and so yeah, it's not really for me. I don't really yeah, I should not go down that train of thought, but yeah. You guys wouldn't even want to see me dance anyway. I'm very, very bad at it. Yeah, I think sex work is a thing, the oldest profession in the world, as they say. I think that times are tough. And so if people need to fucking put food in their mouths, who am I to say, like, what's right or what's wrong? And, there are limits to that, of course. If you're, like, actively hurting people, scamming people, or, like, making the world an, like, immeasurably worse place, there are limits, right? But in general, like, people are just trying to get by. And if you're stripping or, like, doing stuff, if you're on the OnlyFans, like, I'm not going to be the one to say, oh, wow, really? Like, I could not give a fuck, honestly. And there's a market for it. Like, people are paying for those services. So it's like, it's not entirely the creator's onus, right? To be like, oh, yeah, wow, I better not, like, do this thing that's highly lucrative and people really seem to want. So, but yeah, let us decide if I'm a bad dancer. That's very funny. I honestly think it's literally like Elaine from Seinfeld. I don't know. I've watched myself back and been like, girl, but you need more classes, more dancing classes, really. I don't know. I just feel like it's one of those things that I never really trained. Like, I don't know. I just never thought about it. I danced a lot as a kid, as in just like silly, crazy dancing. But I never did like classes for it to learn properly. I just never focused on it. And so now I just have like white person rhythm essentially. And so, yeah. And yeah, oh, Elaine is super hot. Totally. I feel like the dancing is pretty accurate to how like if I were just left to my own devices, that's pretty much how I would dance. It's just my type growing up. That's so funny. Elaine is super hot, and I feel like people don't talk about that enough. We should talk about it. But yeah, what can I say? At least you can get on the damn thing. That's true. I do like, there was some moves that I really liked. Going upside down for the first time can be very, very, very scary. You feel like, oh my God, I'm going to die. I'm actually going to die. I'm going to fall and it's over for me. But eventually you learn to trust yourself and you're like, I'm flying, Jack. I'm flying. And you learn how to properly dismount. It's kind of like a tuck and roll situation where you obviously don't go down head first and just hit your head on the floor. You kind of tuck your head in so your shoulders hit the ground first, and then you kind of, flop down. And it's really great for like core strength as well. I always used to feel so wrecked after like the day after a class. I was like, oh my gosh, I feel like I just went to boot camp. And also I should say, this is kind of an aside, but it's very important to me. When I used to go to pole classes like regularly, one of my instructors, oh good Lord, she was literally the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen in my whole entire life, to the point where I got tongue-tied and could barely stutter out a sentence. Even just thinking about it now, I'm stuttering. And like, she was so nice and so friendly. And like, I would just be like, I love you. Like just fighting the urge to say that. And yeah, I think she still does classes at some other studio. Literally, I'd never seen someone that good looking in person before. I was almost like, are you actually like real? And one time, wait, this is actually true. She's like a model or something on the side, so she always got like free clothes from brands and stuff. She came into class once and was like, I have this box full of like influencer clothes that I don't really want because like I just have so many. So here, guys, just take what you want. Like after class, you can just take it home. And I was like, really? And so the whole class of us, like 10 girls or whatever, we just like looked through all that stuff, and like I still have a pair of her like leggings that she just gave me, and I was like, thank you so much. That's really cool. And like, oh my God, you're so pretty. And it's actually kind of upsetting how beautiful you are. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, that was also a fun part of going to class. She was so bubbly and like, I don't know, the kind of beautiful that like you think would be intimidating, right? But instead, she was just so lovely and like made you feel really comfortable. And that's good when you're doing pole because you already feel quite vulnerable and like, oh my gosh, I look like a fool. I can't do these tricks that everyone else can do. I feel really, I don't know, just weird. But she had some like magic, some hot girl magic to just make people feel really at home. And so she was very, very nice. I can't, should I say her name? No. But yeah. Yeah. I know someone right now who's like that. Oh, you must be talking about Pathic, right? This guy. Thank you, though. That's a nice thing to say. And, yeah. I've had some funny memories at pole, like trying to learn new tricks. They have this, like, set of like, what's the word? Like levels. So you go up and you ascend the classes, right? I kept wanting to stay in the lower classes, but you get graded, right? And one of the instructors was like, look, you're actually good. You just have to have faith in yourself. You won't actually learn if you stay in the lower classes forever. So just try the trick. And if you do it now, then I'll move you up. And so I was like, okay, fine. And so I did the trick. Like I landed the trick and she's like, all right, let's put you to the next class. And I was like, but then she was absolutely right. Every time I felt like, oh, I'm still not ready, they would just push me to try. And then I realized actually, yeah, I needed that little bit of encouragement and belief because otherwise I'd probably still be in that bottom class, trying to perfect something that really can't be fully perfected. It's always going to have your unique style, like whether it's like a kick or like a particular spin or move or angle of your arms, you know, it's like, yeah, it's an interesting experience. And man, some of the tricks that my friend can do now are fucking insane. I think I'd break my neck if I tried them. But I remember some of the most basic holds and stuff. And eventually I do want to get back to the actual classes. The only thing is that, again, it's expensive. And I said that I kind of got a bit scammed. So I'll tell you guys a story of that. So, Chibi, welcome in. That's a cute name. Like, so the studio that I was going to, it shut down, like I said. But I had just paid for like a whole new set of lessons, which is like 4 to 6 lessons. And that's not cheap, right? It was like a whole new kind of term, really. Like that's how we talked about it, like a school term. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll just like talk to someone and see if I can get a transfer or like see if I can get a refund. And so like I tried calling the place, I tried emailing the place, I got no responses, no answers. I tried messaging on Facebook, no response. I talked to my friend about it and she's like, oh gosh, that's horrible. I'll see if I can like, you know, talk to anyone for you. But that didn't bring about any leads. And I was just like, well, I guess I'll just take the L, right? And so, yeah, it was like that situation where I literally had just paid for a whole new set of classes and they're like, by the way, we're shutting down. And so, yeah, I never got the money back on that, but what can you do? It's been too long now. I can't really talk to anyone about it because I'd be like, this was like 3 or 4 years ago, dude. Like, you should have said something back then. It's like, I tried. But yeah, it happens. And like, I don't know. At this point, I feel like it's unnecessary baggage to just hold on to. So hopefully, I don't know, that went to someone good. I don't know, someone got a bonus. Hopefully my my sexy instructor got a good bonus. So but yeah, that's happened to me a few times actually, where I've like paid for something in advance and then it ended up like not going well. I was like, well, fuck me, I guess. So yeah, I kind of got scammed. I also kind of just scammed myself, I suppose. And that was, yeah, the story of how my pole dancing studio got shut down. The reason it got shut down was because there was a crack in the wall and they were like, this place is not safe to be inside of anymore. Like there's a high likelihood that the roof will just collapse in or something like that. I was like, well, that's probably not the best It's not the best idea when like all these poles are actually attached to the roof, and you know they're being shooketh like daily or nightly rather. And so yeah, my friend now goes to, I think, a place that's a little bit further out, but she goes like every week. I don't know if she goes multiple times a week, but she's maxed out the classes, so I don't think she can actually, do any better in that sense. Though they do have side quests that you can do. Like there was conditioning classes where it's just cardio, and like yoga classes. And basically, if you pay for a term, you can spend your like sessions on any class that you want. And so yeah, I had like 4 or 6 of those that I could have spent, but what can you do? So yeah, that's the mystery secret, guys. And now we have to focus on like the next mystery thing that we're gonna do. I have literally no idea. Maybe we'll leave it for a bit because you guys have been spending your cherries very diligently. But yeah, I don't know. I want to keep the mystery trend alive because that's always fun, right? You get to learn a bit about some Emmy lore, and as long as I think of something interesting enough, because right now that was basically the big thing, I don't really have anything else. I was thinking mystery costume, like if I buy a costume and then you guys don't know what it is until the day of, or like a mystery guest, that could be fun too, but I'm basically going to show you guys anyway. So yeah, I'll get back to you. I'll think of something. But yeah, pole dancing stream when? I'm not sure. Oh yes, I'll share the poem now if you guys want. I will blank out the person's name, but you can probably guess what letter it starts with once you hear the full thing. So, the secret lore we've learned is Germa love and pole dancing, good use of points. I'm glad you think so, Cody. I was really worried that the extended hiatus would make the wait not worth it, because I was like, oh gosh, this was not meant to go on for this long. I was actually just trying to get it over with because I wanted to share it with you guys, using pole dancing to seduce Germa for your marriage. That's so funny. Also, oh my gosh, I don't know if this was a dream or a daydream or a nightmare. You guys know I get like sleep paralysis a lot, but I had a dream or something that like Germa found these streams and these VODs and actually was like horrified and was like, oh my gosh, please stop referencing me. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And so I want to make sure that was real. Yeah, that actually happened. Just want to make sure that everyone knows I do love Germa very much, but the intense thirst, it's more for the bit than anything else, because he's a real person. And like if we were talking about Sans, for instance, or like I don't know, some other cartoon character or fictional character, then it'll be fine to be more thirsty. I could be like, oh, Sans, take me to the bone zone. Maybe House, even though that is a real actor, the character, yeah. So it's like, I feel like I could be way more thirsty because it's a real person. Like I'm trying to be sensible because like it's fine stream by stream, but when you put all the evidence together, was an elevator involved? Oh gosh, that's funny. Honestly, I can't remember too much of the specifics at this point, but I have had many dreams about Germa. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, when you put all the evidence together from multiple streams, it literally looks like I am a fucking serial stalker, and I'm only an apprentice stalker. No, sorry, I'm just like, I'm a fan. That's all. He talks to the entertainer in you or something. That's so true. And honestly, when I think about it, the feelings that I have when I think about Germa are more like a deep admiration, and the thirsty stuff, that's like played up, right? Of course, I think he's attractive as a person, but like really, I have him to thank for a lot of my sense of humor and also just my general sense of happiness, like way back in the pandemic times, but also even before that, when like I was having a bad day, I would just watch one of his videos and laugh my ass off. And like, that is a very, very special thing. And I would just be so devastated if like it turned out that my silly little, like, parasocial Andy type behavior caused him discomfort in any way. Not that he would ever see this stuff, but you know what I mean. I'm trying to be forward thinking. And so, oh no, a pretty lady likes me. What a nightmare. You guys are very sweet, but it's like, it's only because of the sheer volume. You know what I mean? Like the amount of times that I talk about him, I feel like, oh, a pretty lady likes me. That's great. But it's like, oh no, a person talks about me literally every single chance they get and has written erotic poetry about me and plans to get married to me without my consent. When you put it out like that, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to give myself a restraining order against myself. And so, yeah, it's like, it's a whole thing. I don't know. I just wish I knew like how to calibrate sometimes, and so yeah, when you put it like that, it's kind of sus, right? So poetics, welcome in. Speaking of poetry, it's just, yeah, it's something I'm cognizant of because I like him so much. If I didn't like him that much, I wouldn't really stress about it. Like, of course, I'd try and be as appropriate as possible, but like his opinion, even imagined, means a lot. And yeah, I wouldn't want it to be a situation where he's like, oh my God, that bitch is crazy. Not that he would say it like that, but yeah. Stephen King wrote Misery to process his dealings with obsessive fans. I know, right? Imagine if Germa wrote something like Cherisery. Oh my God, I can't. Okay, poem time. I wrote this today, so give me just a sec to find it. It's called Lapsed Lipogram. So a lipogram is when you write a poem using, while excluding one letter. But because this is actually including one letter, it's like a lapsed lipogram. So like kind of an anti-lipogram. Okay, so whenever his name comes up, I'm just going to go blank because I don't feel like, I haven't asked him, so I feel like I shouldn't really say it. Maybe next time I see him, I'll ask him, but this is how it goes. You guys listen carefully and tell me if you know what it means or what vibes you get from it. So, lucky, laconic, blank. Lacking little, likely locking, lattice latches, low-key literal. Letter writer lashes lyrical. Linking liquids, loosely leering, laving lavishly, losing leeriness, lighting low, liberating leashes, loading lingerie lace language. Blank, leaking longing, looking liminally lovely, letting linger lexicology, locating latent lusty loci, loads lamina lake, loves lordly luxury. Lately learning lurid lessons, listen, lording logical languishing, leaves leagues o' longer lasting lightning. And that's it. And so it's hard to keep track of it all when you're just listening to it, but I can probably post it in the Discord if you guys are curious. And yeah, you can probably guess his name starts with an L. But I was just like having fun making these little poems where every word starts with the same letter. And there were a lot of L words. And I was just like, oh my gosh. It started as an exercise and just kind of kept tumbling out. And I tried my best to like sculpt it from like clay into something resembling like a story or like a narrative within the poem itself. And so Ben, that's crazy work. So yeah, it's definitely not that. So yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. I was just having fun doing these little like tongue twister poems. I'm really good at reading expressions and I just know it isn't that. It couldn't possibly be. Yeah. I just was feeling inspired, and in my writing exercises for the morning, I was just like, la 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 la. Something about the mouthfeel that I was really and just like having fun toying with. And I tried some other letters as well. I tried one for E, like for Emmy. I didn't get very far though. And there's something about writing about myself so obliquely that I just got bored about. And yeah, I was like, this is interesting. How far can you push like a tautogram? And yes, it's a very dense poem, especially because, like, the stuff that it elides, as in gets rid of, in favor of keeping the all L word scheme, means that you have to kind of see it and also, like, kind of pore over it to really understand. And so, yeah, writing about the self involves being perceived. And no, thank you. That's very true. Though writing in general is very exposing. And so, yeah, unfortunately, no matter what, you will be perceived. I sent it to my friend. He seemed to like it. He didn't really say too much about it, but I think that's because my friends at this point just know that sometimes I'll just spam them with poems, and I'm like, thinking of you, drop this poem. Who knows what it means? Tee. Electric energy, enthusiastic, Elvis, there's your start. Honestly, Elvis, that's so true. And so, lovely is a great word. Yes, that was in it too. And yeah, if you guys want to read it properly, I can put it in the Discord. But yeah, I was just like, oh, that's kind of fun. And I honestly don't know at this point if my friends are getting sick of being bombarded with poems, but I'll just keep doing it until they tell me to stop. So it's fun. Like, whenever I'm like, oh, I don't know what to write about, I just try to turn my focus towards, like, the things and people that I love the most. Usually it ends up being people like my friends and family and you guys, of course. And so DM me your poems anytime. Thank you, Cody. Appreciate that. And yeah, it's like something that brings me joy to share as well, because then it's kind of like, not only is it like a, hey, I was thinking of you, but also like a, we said this before, the truest truth or something approaching it. Like, it's way more true to me than if I were to just say, like, hey man, I really love, I love you. I love our friendship. Like, it just seems, that type of thing just seems so basic, and it doesn't encompass the depth of my feeling, the severity or intensity of the good feeling. And so, yeah. Embodiment, embodied, electrically elicited. Ooh, that's very, gonna make me arc up, Ben. Thank you. Sometimes I worry that my friends are like, I don't know, there she goes again. She's on one of her poetry, I don't know, binges. That's sometimes how it feels. But it's like a little bit like making and unlocking a poem at the same time. And that's very fun. I like to tinker with things. And so to get to make your own puzzle and then solve it at the same time, that's so fun. Yeah, I really, really like weirdly enough, the analytical bit, even though I'm usually more creative and free flowing. I think when analysis is done well, it can actually be like the opposite of dry and dull and boring. It only livens up the piece itself. And so, do you find yourself as a discovery writer when you're writing stories? Totally. Sometimes I'll start writing like a stream of consciousness thing and just give myself permission to see what's gonna happen. Like kind of what happened today with that. Other times I'll just be like, okay, this is what I want to happen in this scene. I want these characters to say this and to get along. And I'll start typing and all of a sudden they're fighting. And I'm like, what the hell happened? Like, you guys are meant to be, like good friends. And all of a sudden they're bickering. And it's just like there's something happening, and it sounds really weird and really woo. But yeah, it's, I don't know. It's just part of the whole experience. Sometimes the creativity in the moment just goes a different way. And usually, more often than not, it's for the betterment of the piece, It happens in music too. I think it happens pretty much across the board in the arts. And there's something fun and scary about it at the same time, because it's kind of like, okay, am I being possessed right now by some kind of muse? But it's a fun kind of possession, not the scary, like demonic one. I guess depending on your topic, maybe writing horror would be a bit different. I don't often write horror, though sometimes I stray into like the horror adjacent magical realism type stuff, like with Ada and Odin. And also, this is something I was going to mention to you guys. Recently, I was wondering, like, if I should put out my own work for the Philosophy Club 1 month. Like, I don't know how self-indulgent that is, But I think it would be kind of interesting to see what my friends think. If I'm like, guys, this month I'm going to set my own work and I'm going to get everyone to tell me what they think. Like, tell me, please, did you love it? Did you hate it? What do you think of these characters? Because, like, I don't know. We've usually done like actual theorists and philosophers and stuff like that. And sometimes we do like concepts, right? But what if we did someone's work from the actual group? I think that could be interesting. Um, and yeah, I have to give a disclaimer, like, no matter what you guys say, it's totally fine. You can drag me for filth, it's fine. Critique and like just be honest is the thing that I most care about. But yeah, it's good to get feedback because that's basically what we used to do at university. Like we used to do these workshops and God, I got myself not into real trouble, but social trouble at times with the stuff that I'd submit. The short film coming soon, you never know. Punch Drinker, welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, I'll see because the next few months, I think we've already got stuff for Philosophy Club. But eventually I might just put my hand up and be like, hey guys, I have something to share as well. And then just like drop a really fucking psychosexual, traumatic experience between Ada and Odin, like some of the stuff which you guys have already read. And my friends would be like, okay, that's interesting. Didn't know you had that in you, Emmy. And I'd be like, yeah, well, what can I say? But yeah, we'll see how we go. I haven't written too much about them in particular in a while. Yeah, it's pretty full on. Tell me about it. They're so fun though because they're so toxic and it's like, it's thrilling to read about it and not have to actually go through it, if that makes sense. You're like living vicariously through something horrible, but you know that you're safe and like, oh, it's not actually happening to you. Maybe it's happening through you in a sense. And yeah, fun. Fun is like the aim. So like not to be actually traumatizing, but to make you feel like, you know, you've just been on a roller coaster and you're like, whew, that was crazy. I need a break before you do it all over again. And I think that's something that is pervasive in my work. I want it to be an experience, hopefully, that like creates a bodily effect, no matter what that effect is, nausea or, you know, one of the more fun ones. The postcard is absolutely ludicrous, I know. I know. And sometimes I look back at my old work and I'm just like, Emmy, do we need to see someone about this? But no, it's lots of fun. As for what I've been writing lately, it's mostly poems and stuff. Just like doing my writing exercises, sending stuff to people, just as like little gifts, like here you go, my lord. Just a humble crumb of poetry. And like just wanting to, you know, if I need to see someone, yeah, it's probably not a shrink, maybe like a dominatrix or something, I don't know. Which postcard, Ben? Well, some of them may be cursed, at least according to Emmy. Well, I know which one I'm thinking of from the story, but yeah, it just depends. If you have a temperament like Odin's, you know, then any postcard could be the cursed one. Broken Lover, this is for you. I'll use my other eye this time, so you get like you know, a variety here. Ready? Ding. I never got around to getting that actual side effect on my computer. Side effect? Sound effect. What the fuck, guys? The streamer brain is catching up to me. I'm not sure I see myself indulging in something so filthy. I don't know about that, Ben. I think you could be filthier. I definitely think you, Ben, could be filthier. Oh gosh, sorry. I'm being a menace now. Yeah. Yes, you, Ben. You. You are so sweet and innocent on the surface, but I know you deep down. Yeah, Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. Unbelievable, I know, right? I know. I mean, I do recall a while back when a certain Ben saying something in particular very funny, full stop. saying something or other about my glasses. I can't remember exactly what it was. Something that he was going to do all over them. But anyway, Hal, yeah, you're definitely too wholesome for this. Yeah. What can I say? I think we all have the capacity to be cheeky. Just need a particular impetus, right? Like something to catalyze you, to get you going, so to speak. I didn't say all over them. Oh, that's a shame. But yeah, it's interesting to find, for me to find that thing for different people. Like, it might be a little bit invasive. I'm not going to argue that. It's not. But with friends and with people that I meet, like, usually it's my first, like, I don't know, first question or one of the first. Like, what inspires you, what riles you up, what gets you going, because it tells you a lot about the person actually. And yeah, it's also obviously like just a thrill in its own right. But I must confess that I have been known to be dark on occasion. Well, I like a dark side, you know. I think if everyone is just too goody then there's no spice in that. But you know, everything in moderation, right? So, yin and yang type beat. Can't believe you've never been to a strip club. That is wild. I totally agree. It's like, it feels like I should have at this point, considering all of my different interests. It's just never happened, I guess. But who knows? Maybe some point in the future. Yeah, someone give me like a bunch of singles so I can just go make it rain, make someone's day. We actually don't have singles here in Australia, so we have like dollar coins. Like just throwing coins at people. That's fucked. It's like, ow, don't do that. But yeah, I've never been to a strip club. I would like to at some point because it seems like an interesting experience, like a funny story to be able to tell. But at this point, I don't know. It seems like, I don't know if it's the vibe. So yeah, imagine throwing a handful of coins, making it hail. Fuck, that's funny. Making it hail. Oh my god. That's hilarious. They do have strip clubs in Australia. Yes, they do. They're, I think, probably less now than there used to be. And probably less than in some other, like, you know, developed nations for some reason. But they exist. They're like, some of them, like, they call like gentlemen's clubs and stuff. And it's like, oh, it sounds so prim and refined for what's essentially like a sleazy strip joint, you know? But yeah. Do your dollar coins have a name? Oh, we call them loonies because they have loons on them. What's a loon? What's a loon? We have, do we have names? We might actually, but I'm not learned enough. If anyone else knows, please share with the class. A bird. Oh, okay, interesting. I've been made aware that on Super Bowl weekend in America, the strip clubs in and around the event were literally covered in money. Of course they were. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I do wonder as well, like, I don't know, is it actually lucrative, like, to be a stripper? I feel like, I guess it depends which club, but like they get a cut, but not all of the money that they make. They're like, yeah, it's a whole thing. A type of bird. That's interesting. Yeah, I think at some point I'll go to one just to say that I've been to one and probably have a mid-time and be like, yeah, guys, it's not worth it. Don't do it. Horrendously lucrative. Damn. Interesting. For the girls, I mean, not necessarily the owners. I know there's also a lot of potentially semi-legal / illegal, like sex work operations type beat in there as well. So it's a whole thing. I don't know nearly enough about it to speak on it with any real authority. Like, and the most of what I've seen are from like movies and pop culture and stuff, but it's interesting, that whole world, part of the underbelly of society, and like being interested in people. Of course, I'm interested in every aspect, including that. So, I sound like a pimp, but I can assure you I'm not involved. I believe you. I believe you. Anyone called Zen Daily could not possibly be a pimp. Or maybe that's the, you know, that's the disguise. What can I say? But yeah. Oh, it's a fair enough question. I think like yeah, different cultures and stuff have different opinions regarding like sex and sexuality. So I doubt like all countries have strip clubs, at least like in terms of how well known or like well advertised they are. Maybe they have some like secret places, but yeah. Pimp daddy vibes. Yeah, it's real. They have strip clubs and they say that they don't. Yeah. Oh, and if they don't, they do. Yeah, exactly. Holland has them for sure, definitely. Oh yeah, or spas or like massage parlors, that type of thing. Like, there's a lot of different sneaky ways that I think those undercover businesses get by. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a good girl, guys. Like, I'm not knowledgeable about that world. I just write my little stories, send my friends poems. That's all. So yeah, the corrupt Emmy arc is incoming. I believe you. What the hell? Sometimes, Ben, you just type a message and it just sounds so, I don't know what the word is, teasing. But yeah, that's quite funny. You are funny. You guys are all funny, and that's something that I very much appreciate. Like, my gosh, sometimes being in other people's streams, like I don't know, I've seen the way that some like chats talk to their streamer, and it's like, do you even like the person you're watching? Because sometimes it's really hard to tell. So I'm glad that you guys are a cool bunch. I feel very privileged. But yeah, my gosh, we're going for nearly 3 hours. It's pretty good. How are you guys feeling? I'm kind of getting hungry, to be honest. Oh. We can do a little website intermission. Yes, hydrate, guys. Go to the bathroom, go to get some water, go to get some food, do all that good stuff. Let's see. Yeah, let's do a little poetry website interlude. Do you want us to be neutral? I want you guys to be exactly what you are, whatever that entails, you know? If you're happy, be happy. If you're sad, be sad. This is the place to be yourself, whatever that means. Yeah, get a drink from the bathroom, then go pee in the sink. No, don't do that. While I have you guys here, Orange, loner, lover, losing lately, limerence, lingering, living, loosely leaving limits. That was so good. That was literally so good. Full screen. Okay. This is my website. You guys have seen it before. It's got, oh, my 985 poem. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay. All my poetry, at least the published stuff, is available to read for free, you see. Yes, for free. And then if you just can't help yourself and you need more, which who could blame you? We've got the Poetic Shop, which was named by my mom. I was like, what should we call our shop? What about the Poetic Shop? And there's the photo of me wearing the Pathic shirt that she did me so dirty with. Oh my gosh, that reminds me. I have to show you guys something cool in a sec. All this stuff here is available to buy if you want to. Posters, t-shirts, mugs, toys made by my auntie. Oh, please load. Hoodies and more. And, you know, this is basically how I get to pay my rent. I also pay my mum for her services and my auntie for her services. It's a family operation, guys, done in my childhood bedroom. Literally, all of this stuff. This is outdated, the calendar. I should get rid of it. And yeah, try to include a bunch of cute little freebies in some of the packages if we can. And there's all kinds of stuff here, including some that are more cursed than others, like the Cat in the Hat postcard and stuff. We've got stickers, and yeah, with the apparel, I wanted it to be actually, hopefully, like stylish to wear. And we do have more stuff coming soon. I really want to get on that at some point. It's a process. That's the thing about doing it on your own. it's both a blessing and a curse in the sense that you don't have a company looming over you telling you what to do and how to do it, but also the manpower is just like, it's basically whatever you could muster. So, Pat Thick on the poll. We actually should. And Cody, that's so sweet. You still have your calendar magnet. Honestly, I still have mine too, and I have so many left over, so I don't know what I'm going to do with them now. I might just have to repurpose them somehow, because I'm not just going to throw them away. And yeah, with a lot of these, I usually try and put like a little note and stuff, because, well, it means a lot to me. Now, I understand that not everyone has the luxury funds to like, you know, indulge in the Poetic Shop, but if you still want some of that stuff and you can't afford it or don't want to, a lot of this here is just, it's like, it's all free, but a lot of it is just able to be literally Control C, Control V, Control P, if you know what I mean. These posters and stuff, you can just fucking print them and just have your own version of it. I'm just hoping that for the people that actually wanted something that, like, you know, our hands have touched and like our care has gone into it, that the quality actually, you know, speaks for itself. It's printed on quality paper and laminated, etc., etc. So that's kind of the idea with still offering stuff for free anyway, because like I believe that much in the product that it's like, yeah, you could have it for free, but the actual version is like, it's way better. So Emto, thank you so much for stopping by. Have a wonderful sleep. What was I going to show you guys? Oh yeah, so there's this thing that my mum made, because she has a 3D printer, and she was well, just experimenting with a few different things, and she was printing out these hair clips, right? Now, okay, I wanted to show you guys this last time, but these haven't been fully glued in yet, and because of that, they're prone to like slipping out, but it wouldn't actually slip out if it was fully finished, because it's in pieces, right? But this is a hair clip, and we were thinking about putting these on the actual website, but it's difficult because to post this, like to send this in the mail, it's really big and it's like unnecessarily large of a package that costs a lot more than if it just came like separated. But I don't know if people would want to put it together themselves, because it can be a bit finicky, right? You kind of have to slot them in. But it's a clip, so you can put it in your hair and be a little fairy like this. Wait, is that... Did that work? It's really cute, right? It looks better from the side. But like you can actually, it does actually hold up your hair, but oh my gosh, don't look. The stain. Yeah, it's like Fairy Princess Tings. And so we're thinking about putting it on the website. It's just we're still learning about the best ways to ship them and stuff. And yeah, I know like most guys probably like, oh, this doesn't really like, you know, I don't really see how I could utilize this. But for any of the girls or cosplayers out there, I think I might wear this to the Lord of the Rings thing. That's actually really cute. It seems like it could be really like handy for cosplayers because it's super lightweight and super sturdy. So, and it hasn't even been glued in yet. Once it's glued in, it's locked in. And so, see, now it's just loose. We were thinking about flat packing them maybe. But my mum printed these with her 3D printer. And you can like mix and match them too, potentially, if we decide to go down that path and not have them glued in, but just somehow make them like stay in. So yeah, like Valentine's Day or like a gift, that's right. Yeah, if you're a guy and you wear something like this, you definitely have swag. That's my opinion. But it's a bit of a tricky one because we're still figuring out the best way to potentially ship them. And so I'll keep you guys updated. We've also got the newest postcards that still need to go up. The Mike Wazowski and the Freddy Fazbear Krueger. They're so funny and they're literally so cursed, but I don't know, I just felt like we should do one for each of our cosplays no matter how cursed. It's kind of part of the point, right? And yeah. Oh gosh. Eventually when I see my mum next, we might dedicate like a day to just putting all that stuff on and doing some like, updating the website. So no, I think that's swag. You know, I love seeing guys in like experimental fashion, and I don't think I'm the only one. I love when guys wear eyeliner for one, that's so hot. And like when someone's a bit experimental with their taste, I don't know, it just implies a general flexibility about their demeanor that's attractive, at least to me. But yeah, you're right, Cody. Valentine's Day is coming up. I was wondering if we should do a stream, like, you know, looking for my Valentine, because yeah. I don't really have any plans, to be honest. Literally, I don't know what the fuck to do. I might just like buy myself some chocolates and yeah, date myself. Oh gosh. Chat is your Valentine. That's nice. It's not necessarily that I couldn't swing a date. It's more like I wouldn't want to. I mean, maybe I'll hit up that couple and we'll see. But they've probably got their own thing going on. Maybe it'll just be me and Pat Thick. You know, watching Cat in the Hat. That sounds like an ideal date to me. But yeah. Well, maybe depending on what... It's a Saturday, right? We could just do a stream and like have a chill time. Probably watch some cutesy movie. That's a funny word. Yeah, cutesy. Chat is your other Valentine. Yeah, so Pat Thick's my number one. But you guys are very, very close, like probably a tie, I would say. And so, yeah, cutesy is a very cutesy word. It just took me by surprise. Movie night and disco and we watch rom-com, we could do that. Yeah, we still have a movie night up our sleeve, don't we? Oh gosh, rom-com. I don't really watch rom-com, so I don't know, like, what's a good one to watch? I haven't really seen many. You'll have to give me some examples. But yeah. Goodness gracious. We'll do something then. Something cool. I bet you'd like When Harry Met Sally. I've heard so much about it. I have not seen it. I've not seen The Red Eye. I've not seen like 10 Things I Hate About You, I think it's called. I know many we could watch 50 First Dates. Seems appropriate. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. We'll do something, for sure. And, well, it depends whenever we finish this. Who knows when that's going to be. I was thinking we could have a whole ceremony with, like, some of my friends as the guests. And then, like... I don't know, a cutout or something of Germa. And I was going to use like different like faces for the cardboard cutout. So it could be like Sans as well, or I don't know, some other funny people that we've talked about before, like Henry Cavill. And so I could just get married to a bunch of different crushes and it's like my dream come true. But then, alrighty. So yeah, that kind of thing where we just like, yeah, have a big ceremony, have me in a beautiful wedding dress. Have I really dated over 50? No, I have not gone on over 50 dates, I don't think. And yeah, we did figure out how to put on Germa's face onto the alien, though I don't know if we'll have an actual person playing Germa. I'm not sure. Because it might be easier to just have a cardboard cutout, but I'd have to make that. Unless it exists online. Let me see. That's pretty funny if it does. Cardboard cutout. Why is that literally like the second thing on Google? On Reddit, how do I get an affordable life-size cardboard cutout? It would be funnier to have a cutout. I think so too, but I'd have to make it on my own. Fuck. Yeah. That's hilarious. I'll like employ some of my most creative friends and my mum, of course, and see how we can make it happen. Think of the hydrate. Cheers. And so, yeah. If you guys want to see me in a wedding dress, getting fake married to a fake Germa, that's what that is for. And then after that, I was thinking, what should our next like event stream be? And I'm not sure. You guys want to see the maid outfit eventually, right? The bell, the feather duster, the the dress. It's a lot. It'd be like the official descent or ascent, depending on who you ask, into e-girl ness. Bubble popping, could do that. I still, where is it? I still have it somewhere. We could do bubble popping for real without getting interrupted by an alien. But yeah, I think because I have so many costumes, it'll be really fun to just like, you know how we have like streams with guests? Maybe we'll have a stream where I'm just wearing a random ass costume and it's like, you never know what you're gonna get. Life is like a box of chocolates type beat. I have the maid thing right here. I want to give you guys a sneak preview. Oh my gosh, a dollhouse stream. I would love that. Literally. Yeah, the e-girl vibes. So this is what I wore to the party. And here's the feather duster that I was using on literally every single person. So tickle tickle. Oh my god. Why is that so funny? Wait, does this actually make a noise? And if it does, is it a good noise or a bad one? What the fuck? Oh my god. It kind of sounds like someone stepping on snow. Oh my god, that's aesthetically pleasing. The sound is yes on both questions. Like good and bad. Welcome to your snow stepping experience. It's better when it's one stroke at a time. Is that so, Ben? Horny jail right now. Okay. Very much snow walking. No, actually, Ben, keep going. Keep going. One stroke at a time, you say. A muscle in my ear just choked. Oh, really? I'm glad you specified where. Still. Horny jail. Okay. I wish I could hear how it actually sounds. And yeah, Cody, you would know. It's very accurate to snow stepping. So it's not as good if it's quick, like... Also, why does it seem that no matter how I set up my camera, like, everything is in focus except for me? Now it sounds like running in snow. That's really cute. Wait, it sounds sus? I can't hear anything. Like, it's silent to me. Wait, very sus? What's sus about it? Tell me more. Oh yeah, now I can show you guys my finger skills. I used to do this with pens in school. Sounds like the wind? That's not sus, is it? And Broken Lover, this is for you. Ready? Ding! Okay. Okay, wait. If I can do like a really cool series of tricks, can you guys like actually Like, I don't know, like say, Emmy, you're so cool. It's just like, Emmy, you're so cool. Just like that. Like, you really don't want to say it. Oh my god, sorry. Thanks, Cody. Okay. Wait, it's hard because this is not really balanced. I used to do it with pens. This is a true story. On the first day of school in year 7. You're so cool. On the first day in year 7, I was like, Emmy, you're going to need something to distract yourself with because there are going to be moments where you're bored AF in class. So pick something now and learn how to do it. And I was like, you know what? You're so right, Emmy. And I just got a pen and started doing this. And then, yeah. That was like probably 13 years ago or so. There's 2 different ways to do it. So there's like the way where you go all the way down. And there's also like the one where you go kind of on the side. And then my friends at school actually did one where they balanced it on like the thumb, but I could never learn how to do that. It's like, fuck. I was like jealous of them. But is that like, I don't know, is that anything? Or is that just me being weird? Is that so cool? I can't do it with this hand, I don't think. Oh, maybe. No, not really. So, she's having so much fun. I know, right? Oh, I dropped it. Okay, that's it. That's it, guys. Show's over. Do I have a pen? I have an eyeliner. It doesn't really work sometimes. You have to have a nicely weighted pen. Like. Oh, yep. Show's over. ×2. But yeah, I literally used this to death at the party. I was just tickling everyone with it. And then everyone said the same thing, like, oh, it feels like it should be like an annoying feeling, but it's actually really smooth and silky. So people were like, oh, don't stop. And I was like, hang on a minute. I'm just here to clean. So, yeah, it does look like it would make you sneeze, right? I think if I did this long enough, I probably would sneeze. But it's really silky. It feels nice. Oh, wow. I'm gonna make myself fall asleep. But I shouldn't actually feather dust with this because I'm allergic to dust. No pics from the event. I mean, I took pictures of myself. I don't know if I should show you guys though, because it's really like, what if I actually wear it on stream? Then it will ruin the surprise. I said $50 for a made preview, so if you want me to pull out the rest of the stuff in this bag, including the bell, I'll show you guys what it looks like. But I can't show you the actual picture because it will ruin the surprise. I think maybe after this, the Emmy Marries Germa Fund, maybe we'll have the e-girl, like the maid e-girl fund. Because if I'm going to fully commit to being slutty maid, like, holy shit, you know, it's got to be an event. It just can't be a random ass Tuesday, if you know what I mean. Like, that's just not happening. Because it's SLUTTY, you know? It's definitely going to happen on a Thursday, absolutely. You promised to pick if we behaved. Oh my gosh, I did. I can try and find a picture that's not too revealing. Because, like, okay, let me just tell you guys verbally. I'll paint a picture with my words, you know, as a poem is wont to do. A poet, I should say. So, from head to toe, I had a little headphone. Guys, this is crazy. It's literally head empty in real time. I had a headpiece that was like a little maid headband. Then I had a choker with a bell. Then I was wearing a corset underneath my maid dress. Then I was wearing garters with stockings and just normal shoes. And this. I'm not typically too much of a revealing person. Like, I don't usually wear that revealing clothing like out and about. Though I have nothing against it, you know. It is very ooh, the bell. Really made it. And like I was just kind of like toying with it because I like to fiddle with things. And like I swear to God, like there was some Pavlovian shit like happening. Pavlov's dog? Pavlovian? Um, so I don't know to what effect, but I swear, like every time I rang that bell, something was happening to me. And probably to other people around me too. Um, but yeah, it's pretty intense. It's low cut and short. So um yeah. I don't know if I'll wear it on stream. We'll see. It's definitely a Thirsty Thursday type beat situation. But I can show this. You got lost in your costume again. Fuck me dead. Yeah, that's exactly right. I don't know what it is, like the power of clothes. If you put me in a slutty outfit, I'm gonna be slutty. If you put me in a cat in the hat costume, I'm gonna cause you nightmares. You do know me too well, Cody, I think. um like I was saying, it's something about wearing a costume that almost feels like armor and like permission to be whatever it is you're dressing up like. There's something about the clothing that shapes my mood and temperament in that moment in time. What do we need to put you in to give you good dreams? Oh God, I have so many answers and none of them utterable. Yeah, Orange, you're right. It takes you out of the norm. Like, God, walking in that full outfit in public was a whole ordeal. That was something I don't know how I feel about. What appropriate thing? Well, I do have actually really nice silky pajamas. Thank you for existing. You give me hope. Hope core? Why, that there are girls out there that like being slutty when the time calls for it? Trust me, there are more out there than you think. Yeah. It was an interesting experience. The Slutmania experience. I think everyone should try it at least once. Yeah. You know, like if you need a costume to make you feel like your best self or your embodied self, I think that's valid. I'd melt like a puddle in silky pajamas. Oh, Ben. Oh, Ben. Make it too easy for me. I'm trying to control myself here. I mean, at an event like that, yeah, that's true. I was already half melting when that couple that was hitting on me, like, started giving me those vibes. I was like, damn, what is happening right now? Like, are you feeling what I'm feeling? So, yeah. Who knows, guys? Maybe I'll get into a throuple. Yeah, high stakes for real. I'll get into a throuple with Jerma and, you know, whoever he's with. I'll just be I'll just be around. That's fucked up. Don't listen to me, guys. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I was hit on by a couple, like individually and then together. Like I remember, so I was doing this, right? To the girl's back, which was exposed. And she was talking to someone else and I was just doing this. And then she turned around and like gave me like a little sexy little smile. And I was like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to like, you know, distract you. And she was like, oh no, I was getting turned on. And I was like, whoa, okay. And like her boyfriend was like literally right there, watching us both. And I was just like, oh, sorry, bro, I didn't mean to encroach on your territory. And he's like, oh no, you know, like you guys do what you want. And I was like, damn, okay. So, yeah. But again, at an event called Slutmania, it's like how much of that is just like goofs and gaffs. I don't know. But yeah, sure seems like she wanted to finish it. I know, right? I wish she would. I wish she would. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you guys want me to tell you what the guy had on his shirt? I almost can't say it out loud. It's really raunchy. Like, so he was wearing a crop top. Uh, he was wearing a crop top that said, okay, I'm just gonna come out and say it. 3, 2, 1, orgasm donor. uh, so, yeah. That made me laugh. And later on, like when I said that we were in the bedroom and like she was looking for the maid outfit, the cowboy made a joke about the like the shirt. Not too bad. I thought it was so funny. Like he was like, "Mate, you said you're an orgasm donor, and like, come on, man. Like, I don't think you've donated anything today." And then the guy was like, "Oh, you know, I lost my card." He said, "I'm not licensed without my card," and I was like, "Oh, okay." So yeah, that was quite funny. Yeah, guys in crop tops, that's hot AF. Don't knock it till you try it. He was also very, very fit, as in like he had full on abs, and I was like, well, that definitely helps. That is a risky one. I agree. Um, Also, yeah, I don't know how much I should reveal about these people because, you know, I haven't asked them if I could talk about them and they might not want their business put about, but they're both really, really gorgeous people, inside and out. And yeah, crop top is definitely for someone with a certain build. I think probably stereotypically, but honestly, anyone in a crop top can make it work if you've got enough swag, you know? Um, and like I said, alternative fashion on people is really, really attractive to me. It just shows that you're not taking life too seriously, I guess, and that's something I can appreciate. Um, but do you guys want to see me in a maid outfit? I need some resounding, like, support here, because otherwise I'll feel like a total fool, you know? Need you guys to be all like, yes, Emmy, we desperately need to see you in a maid outfit. Oh, I'd hate that. It would be the worst thing ever. Fuck yeah. Oh, that's more like it. Oh, by the way, this is something I definitely wanted to bring up. So I was talking to my friend, No Beans, No Ham, Alex, who was in this chat the other day, and we were talking in the DMs, and he was like, he said something like, you give off dominatrix energy. And I was like, why does everyone say that? Like, that's not the first time I've heard that, but I'm curious as to why. Like, I want to get a group opinion here. Just like, is that the vibe that you guys get? And if so, why? Tell me more. Visibly says, whatever outfit you're comfortable wearing, Emmy, that's very sweet. And if that's nothing but whipped cream, we're okay with that too. Literally sweet. And I like your style. Ben, sometimes? Okay, tell me more. Because, like, it's not the first time I've gotten that from people. The dark hair and the whiteness of your skin. Oh, so it's about, like, coloring. I didn't know that was even a thing. I guess it is a severe look. Maybe people think that translates to a severe personality or severe temperament. Dominant vibes. Other times you get stun locked. Which puts you in the other position, right? Maybe I don't get stun locked so much in real life because it's just different vibes. In person, like I've gotten that maybe a handful of times. People say you seem more like a dominant person. I'm like, is that a compliment? I don't know. Yeah, maybe some guys just say that. In that case, are you more dominatrix IRL? Big dick energy? I like that. In person, I think I'm just upfront. I say how I feel. If I like someone, I'll tell them, like, you know, I think you're so hot and like da-da-da. I'll send people erotic poetry because I like sharing it. Maybe that type of forwardness is surprising to people. But to me, it's just an extension of my, like, honesty, you know? I like the big dick energy, though. That's real. Yeah, like, you know, if I write a poem for someone, usually I want to send it to them. Maybe that honesty tends to domineer. That's a potential thing, but hopefully in a good way and not like an overshadowing way. Because sometimes I'm cautious of that. Like, I don't want people to think, oh, there's Emmy just taking up all the attention again. In person, I try and be more equitable. On stream, it's a bit different because, like, you're literally the whole, like, thing. You know what I mean? But when I can, I try and be a bit more of a wallflower in real life, at least sometimes. But yeah. But yeah, it's just, like, interesting. I don't know. Dominatrix vibes. Maybe I should get a whip. Sending a sex poem with no agenda is some wild things. It's not like, hopefully not crass. It's not like, you know, oh my gosh, I want to do you, baby. It's more just like, I don't know, me being in my feels. And a lot of the time, those feels can be kind of erotic adjacent. And then I'm like, hey, this is like a little gift for you. And so, yeah, my friends have come to expect it. Though I understand probably for people I meet for the first time, it's like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing this. Intimate. Yeah, that's exactly right. I don't know, like, how or why the eroticism is so prevalent. I think, oh, actually, I have a theory. It's because, like, I live my life in a very sensual, as in of the senses kind of way. Like, for me, and maybe this is an overstimulation thing, but, like, colors are really bright and sounds are really loud, and, like, I feel uncomfortable if, like, I'm wearing clothes that have a weird kind of, like, material. And so my senses are often quite heightened in general, and that leads to a hyper awareness of them. And of course, when it comes to writing and stuff, and even just expressing yourself verbally, like, that tends to be a consideration both conscious and subconscious. And so when it comes to eroticism, I think that's really, you know, where a lot of it comes from. And yeah, I definitely know that it's part of some larger system of, like, neurodivergence. It's something that doesn't cause me too much distress, or at the very least I've learned to, like, fit it into my life in a way that's not, you know, like, too distracting or harmful, etc., etc. But it's just, like, informed the way that I move through the world, and how I see the world, and then interface with it. And so, of the senses. It means that, for better or for worse, like, if I listen to a song, like, a good song can make my day, and a bad smell can ruin it. You know what I mean? And so sometimes I need to take, like, a break from stuff because I'm like, oh my God, this is literally too much. And even, like, here with streaming, like, the ring light being so bright, sometimes I have to just look away, and that's why sometimes I wear my glasses on stream. And so, yeah, living in the extremes, whatever that, like, entails. And also it's fun because I think a lot of eroticism is also just based on playfulness. And I love play. That's one of my favorite things. Being able to play with language, being able to play with concepts and ideas. People, like, I love when people can play along with a joke or a bit, you know? Like, it's kind of a good barometer for how well I'll be friends with someone, like how close we'll be. If I can just start a random bit and someone will just join in, that's how I know that we're going to be good friends. And a lot of my closest friends do exactly that. They're kind of like, yes, and I think that's where a lot of the fun comes from, because you can just take something and run with it and make life a little bit more interesting, if only for a 5-minute stint. Fiona Apple. I've heard her name before, and people keep recommending her, and I need to check her out properly. Playfully erotic, strong recommend. Thank you. I will have to add that to the list. Yeah, when someone knows how to roll with a bit, like, what's a good example recently? Well, this is a good example. I was just talking with a friend, right? And I was kind of pestering him, like, asking him about random stuff. I can't even remember what it was for. And then I was like, because this is the type of person that, like, if you ask him something, he'll find the answer for you, because he's also just, like, insatiably curious, and so he'll look it up for you, he'll do the research, and he also just knows a bunch of random stuff, so it's fun to just ask him, like, hey, what's the capital city of, you know, the place where Winnie the Pooh lives? And then he'll be like, all right, let me get back to you. And so after pestering him for a while with a bunch of random questions, I was like, you know what? We should open up the department of random questions. And like, well, I think I said that it was closed after I asked him a bunch of questions, and I was like, I'm sorry, the department of random questions is now closed. I'll leave you alone. But he was like, no, it's always open. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, instead of being like, what the fuck does that mean? Or like, saying something along the lines of, you can ask me stuff anytime. He kind of took the bit and ran with it. Me, but only niche topics. I love that. Welcome in, first time chatter. And so, I don't know, it just signals a willingness to play, and I live in the world of play. So to me, that's very, very, very important. Like, how well can you just go with the flow, maybe do a bit of improvising with the knowledge that it's meant to be lighthearted, like it's not meant to be serious. Because like sometimes people will take the joke and they'll actually turn it into something that's a bit less fun. And so it's a fine line. And sometimes it's hard to articulate where the line is. But I think that just comes with experience, But yeah. These are my glasses that I know they look pretty intense, but they are prescription. And damn, they always make me look like I'm on a secret mission. Like I'm off to do some secret mission somewhere, guys. Wish me luck. But they actually help so much. See that ring light? See how bright it is in the reflection? Holy shit. It's like, it's very intense. And I think that's why back when I was streaming the first time round, like I got so amped and like felt it was really difficult to actually get to sleep after finishing a stream. Yeah, Agent Emmy, at your service. You like them? I think they're pretty cool. In person, like you can actually see my eyes, but here it's so dark that it's like, it just looks like a black mirror, What's my first assignment, boss? They make you look cool but also absent. That's true. It's like the trade-off. Because someone's eyes, like, it's so important to know what, like, to see what they're thinking almost. The window to the soul, as they say. Oozing cool. Damn. That's a very high compliment. I think cool is just about being your most authentic self, even if that means being potentially uncool. It's paradoxical, right? Some of the coolest people I know would be uncool if they were self-conscious about it in a weird way. Because they own it so well. It's just like, damn. A paradoxical, exactly right. Where did I get this? I got these from my local optometrist. Oh, the smile. That's very sweet. Well, I actually did pay quite a bit for it. I had 2 rounds of braces, if you can believe it. So yeah, I'm glad that it actually, somewhat paid off. 2 rounds, guys. 2 rounds. W braces. You're very sweet. And welcome in, by the way. The braces, guys. I had braces for so long when I was streaming as well. You guys remember that era? Emmy's braces era. It's a whole thing. Cody says, I was uncool in high school, but now I'm just me, which makes me cool. I totally agree. The braces gave you a bit of a young quality. That's true. Because it's like usually associated with youth, right? And so as soon as I took them off, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm actually hopefully look my age now and not just like I'm still in fucking high school. Still though, I'm like, I'm never going back. Like, even if I was told, Emmy, you need to get braces again because of some dire reason here, I'd be like, just let me go. Don't revive me. So, yeah. It's so painful, literally. The pain is unimaginable. I can't believe I willingly put myself through it for the second time. It's like you forget, right? Like, in childbirth, apparently women, like after the whole ordeal, their body just floods their system with chemicals to forget the whole experience. Not that braces are similar to childbirth, but I think that's also what happened. Like, I just forgot how bad it was. And then, literally, the first day of the second round, I was like, damn, I've made a huge mistake. Arrested Development type beat. But yeah, I don't think you needed it. Well, you didn't see me before. Seriously, I needed it. My gosh. It was, yeah. As a kid, I always had, like, buck teeth, I think it's called. And it was something that I was always kind of self-conscious of, as one is. But now when I see kids with that same look, I think it's so cute. And I'm like, oh, I was so, like, I don't know. I was so down on myself about it back then, but it's just actually quite a very sweet and endearing look. And, more or less people grow out of it, but still. At the time, I was just like, oh my gosh, this is the worst. Like, the worst thing ever. And so, yeah. Very weird how that works, right? I would need braces if I didn't smash my front tooth into a pole as a kid. Oh, tell us more. Wait, you would need braces if you didn't do that? Did somehow smashing your front tooth, like, make it straight? That's crazy. Yeah, wow. I've had a fair bit of, like, what's the word? Modulation over the years. Not gonna lie, I wish 2 rounds of braces was in my backstory. Look, I know it's a privileged position, don't get me wrong. Like, it's expensive AF, and I'm very privileged in the sense that, I had my parents that were able to help me pay for it. Because, like, holy shit, the fact that, like, our teeth are literally, well, we only get 2 sets of them, 1 set of adult teeth, and once they're gone, that's fucking it, You have to get dentures or whatever. Like, the fact that dental care is not included in, like, most basic health insurance plans is fucking insanity. What the hell? It's like, they're not luxury bones, They're actually pretty important. And I understand that braces are, like, a kind of special consideration, but I feel like there should be more allowances for, I don't know, what your what your health insurance actually covers on a basic level. That could be that one other country. Yeah, tell me about it. It's a whole thing. Look, I'm not the one to talk to about it. I'm definitely not as learned as I should be. But, yeah. Just kind of crazy to me. And, yeah. Those dentists be making bank. That's all I'll say. So yeah, now I have this pretty straight smile, though I still have a bit of, like, forward inclination that I'm not crazy about, but it doesn't really bother me that much in my daily life. They had to make room for my teeth somehow, and so instead of extracting, which would be very bad because, if you take out teeth, it actually messes with the integrity of your jaw bones, because your teeth are actually what's keeping your jaw bone relatively stable and shapely. They were like, we can either extract your teeth and push them back straight, or we can keep them as is, and to fit everything, we're going to have to tilt them a bit forward. And so I was like, fuck, well, okay, I don't want to take them out. So just do what you got to do. And so, yes, I'm still alive, believe it or not. And so that's why, like, from the side, there's a bit of forward inclination, but I just try not to look at myself from the side. It's basically like it's a reminder for me to sit up straight, because it's only really noticeable if I'm slouching like this. Like, I roll my shoulders back. And yeah, it's like everything's aligned properly then. So, thankfully my teeth have been okay, unlike my mum and brother with their dentures. Oh yes, my dad has dentures at this point, and yeah. Sometimes I forget, and then he takes out his teeth, and I'm like, oh my god, that's crazy. And yeah, I think for a while he also had permanent dentures or something along those lines. I can't remember what it's actually called. And then for some reason he had to get it taken out, like something went wrong. I can't really remember the specifics. But But yeah, now he has removable ones, and that seems to work for him a bit better. There's currently clinical trials happening for a drug that reactivates the genes that grow teeth. I'm looking forward to that. My teeth sucks. Wow. I mean, I can't wait for that. That's crazy. I haven't even heard of that. Your side angles look good, gang. Thank you. That's nice of you to say. Yeah, I mean, we always are our own worst enemy, right? Our own worst critic. It's especially like tenfold when you do something like this, which means you have to look at yourself all the time and listen to yourself back, and it's like, oh God, I can't take it. It gets easier over time, but barely, just barely. And so I have a lot of insecurities that I think literally are so stupid, and yet they stick around. Like, to know something on one hand is like illogical, but yet still feel the emotional pull is a really weird middle space to be in. And I often think, holy shit, I would never be this critical of, like, you know, a friend, for example. I would never look at them and think the things that I think about myself. And so why do I tolerate it? And so it's a work in progress. I haven't figured it all out, but it's something that helps is to, whenever I start feeling that kind of way, like that self-conscious energy, I try and shift the focus from this internal, like, I don't know, rumination, try and push it out, you know? Like, I just want to take whatever, you know, vaguely narcissistic thought loop is going on and try and just break it somehow. Because that's what it is. Like, whether you're self-conscious or self-conceited, it's still the self, like, concerningness. And that is, well, it's sometimes productive. But more often than not, it's stealing productivity or stealing potential happiness and growth from yourself. And so, yeah, the ego's doing something. That's exactly right. And oftentimes, like, being self-critical is just another form of narcissism, you know, because you're so fixated on yourself that even if you're berating yourself and being like, oh, I'm no good at this, I'm terrible, I'm ugly, no one likes me, it's like you are still so wrapped up in what people think of you that it doesn't matter that you're actually being, like, you know, harsh instead of congratulatory to yourself. You're still not using that energy on something that could actually make you feel better or could be helpful to the world, you know? And so, yeah, some people are drowning in themselves. That's a beautiful phrase. That's the start of a poem in and of itself. And definitely I'm no stranger to that. I think it's a human affliction. And certainly I think there's a percentage of people that do something like this, like streaming, that maybe have more of that in them than others. Because, like, I recognize it's an incredibly, like, exhibitionist adjacent thing to do. Like, it's basically as close as you can get before you actually start stripping, so to speak. And so, like, I don't know, sometimes I've asked myself, like, am I actually, like, I don't know, am I like that? But I think truly narcissistic people, they don't give a fuck and they don't ask. And so, yeah, I try to take that energy and put it out into the world, hopefully for good, to write stuff, make stuff, like, share the love. I'm Emmy, that's it. It was very funny, actually, that time when my IRL friend stopped by in the stream and we talked for a bit afterwards. It was literally the first time I think they'd ever watched my stream. And when we said goodnight, he was like, "Good night, Emmy Cherry." I was like, oh my gosh, people don't really call me that in real life, so that was very funny. And it was like, gave me a bit of a thrill. It's, yeah, almost like a sign of respect or something, but that just made me laugh. What do you think of us? Or did chat come up? He said it was like a really fun experience, and at first he was tentative about going on stream as a guest, but I think because of you guys, he actually, like, got more into the idea. Like, if you guys had been maybe more, I don't know, hostile, or if the vibes weren't right, he would have been like, nah, I don't want to be a guest, sorry. But he was actually like, yeah, I'd love to. No, not that guy. That's someone else. It's a friend of mine that just happened to see that I was streaming on Discord and stopped by and was watching, like, anonymously. and was talking, like was chatting with me. And then I happened to bring it up, like this thought I'd been having, like, oh, imagine if a friend stopped by, like, and I didn't know. And they were like, I'm a friend. And I was like, and it was like kind of an historical moment. He types like you a little bit. That's so funny. I think that's true, actually. And so, yeah, I can't wait for you guys to meet everyone. And so, yeah, I feel like a positive and, you know, good vibes for this year. I think that's how you got the intuition, definitely. And then also the code word, the CL semicolon B, UB, the club. Like, as soon as he said that, I was like, oh my God. Yeah. If you guys want to know, it does actually stand for something, but I don't know if I'm ready to share that yet. It's personal, guys. It's not rude or anything. It's just like IRL stuff. At first I thought it was another bit, but the most flustered you got. Yeah, I know, literally. I'm like, you can't make this shit up. Like, it seems like we planned this or something, but no, I had like a fucking actual heart attack on stream. I was like, oh my God. And for a second, because that code word is for a few people in the book club, I was like, okay, who did I talk to about this? And I narrowed it down to about 2, 3, 4, like 3 or 4 people. And I was like, well, it has to be this person. And so that's when I was like, did you recently quit your job? And so, yeah, that was lots of fun. But yeah, it's so weird. I was literally about to talk about how it's kind of a weird fascination of mine. It's like probably bordering on a kink, I don't know. Like, okay. I did say, I think at the time, it's something that probably Ada and Odin would get up to. Actually, I don't know if I said that at the time, but I was thinking it at the time. And like, okay, imagine the situation, right? Ada is streaming or doing something that requires her to be in the public eye. Yeah, Alex, if you're listening. And Odin is a chatter, but he's disguised as someone else, right? And so he knows who she is, but she doesn't know who he is. And because he's like, he's under the guise of anonymity, he can say what he normally can't say because of, you know, general politeness and having a girlfriend and all that stuff. So he can say something like, oh, Ada, you look so pretty today. And it's like, to her, it's just like a nice comment from a chatter. But to him, it's like a confession almost, you know? And there's something sleazy about it because it's asymmetrical in terms of the knowledge, right? But when have they not been sleazy and asymmetrical, right? And so I think that's the kind of thing I was about to explore, and then it kind of just actually started happening. And yeah, I don't know. I like writing stories where people find ways to confess things that they otherwise might not get to say. And so just imagining Odin like saying something like, I don't know, you know, you have such a beautiful voice. It's the most beautiful voice I've ever heard. It's like, again, a nice compliment from Ada's point of view. But for him, it's like, dude, you should be saying that to your girlfriend. And yet he feels empowered to be a different self because there's no consequences. And so, yeah, that's an interesting asymmetrical power dynamic where the access to knowledge is, it's limited, so to speak. And yeah, I don't know. I just thought that was interesting. And I was thinking about my life and if that's ever happened. And I don't know how I'd feel about that. Because people, like, let's say there was someone IRL that was in the chat. They would know exactly my preferences. They would know exactly what to say to make me laugh or to make me blush. Or they would know my opinions on things and, like, be able to curry favor quite quickly. Though I try to be egalitarian about it all. And I would feel like, oh, wow, you know, I'm making such a quick connection with this stranger, but they're like actually playing fucking 4D chess. Yeah, it's like interesting. And it's like, It's fucked up, right? But it's also like fucked up in a way where it's like, wow, this person likes me enough to do that in a stalkery kind of way. Um, I don't, I'm not condoning such a thing, but from a literary point of view, interesting. Um, yeah, in a freakish kind of way. Um, but yeah, does that make sense? That's like 4D chess can be fun with the right person. I totally agree. I totally agree. Um, that's always fun when you find someone who's on your wavelength, no matter if it's like kind of dark and a little bit fucked up. Someone can meet you where you're at without judgment and just be like, oh, you're into that. Okay, well, let's see if we can explore this in a safe way and not an actual, genuinely traumatic and harmful way, you know? And so, I don't know, I'm just thinking like, what would, how would I feel if that actually happened? I think it'd be a mix of emotions. Like, I'd be obviously very shocked and surprised. I'd probably be gratified in some way. I guess it depends who it is and why, like for what reason. Maybe they just wanted to see like a version of me that's different from what relationship we already have as friends. Or maybe they're trying to confess something as well that they normally can't say. Um, yeah, it does depend. Whatever the scenario, I think it would be a tornado of different feelings. And if they started to like drop little hints as well, and I have that moment of being like, um, wait, is it them? They talk in a way that I recognize, but surely not. Like they're anonymous. Like I don't know this username and like stuff like that. And so there's a bit of a cat and mouse situation too. Or like they would say maybe something knowing in real life, and I'd have to be like, I'd double take and be like, wait a minute, how did they know that? I was talking about that on stream. And so, yeah, I'll probably end up writing something about that TBH. It would be interesting to do something like that. I think so too. And like, just to see if it would be noticed. Like, yeah, evil though, yeah. That's where Odin comes in. He's like a safe vehicle for evilness, and then he just drags everyone down with it. Uh, but yeah, to be anonymous is a very interesting thing. Oscar Wilde says, give a man a mask and he will show you who he is. And I think that's very true. Like when people are able to hide behind, a lack of consequences and a lack of identity, then you often see the full spectrum of kind of attitudes. I don't want to say their truest colors because that's not necessarily the case always. Sometimes people are just having a bad day or like, say something that they regret, put their foot in their mouth, etc., etc. But yeah, you certainly get like a more liberated, for better or for worse, version of a person. I try to be the same, like exactly the same. But, there's just an automatic extra candidness that comes with uh, being, like just a name. I couldn't get away with that here, but, maybe I'll try it one day with someone. I'd be like, could I just go into your stream in the future anonymously? And if they say yes, I'll be like, okay, cool, but you just won't know when. So it could be tomorrow, it could be in 10 years from now. Yeah, I'd like to believe that honest people will be honest, good people will be good. Like, that's actually a good point because to me, like, when I use good manners or like when I'm polite, when I go out of my way to help others, da 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 da. Like, I don't do that because someone's fucking watching or like keeping score. I do it because I want to. Like, I do it because it brings me joy. The same thing for like, okay, it's called best practice, right? When I'm driving and there's no one else on the road, but I'm changing lanes, I still indicate. You know why? Because it's best practice. Because if you start picking and choosing, then it becomes less of a habit and you might forget to do it when it's actually important. It's why, I still say thank you and please whenever I happen to be like, interfacing with AI for whatever reason. Like, I know it's silly. I know it just takes up extra tokens, but it's like, it's best practice. I don't want to lose that muscle memory. And, you know, in the future, like when the AI overlords make their claim, at least I won't be totally in the human battery farm. Or maybe I'll be in like a less rigorous one, who knows. But yeah, you know, it's just like, yeah. I'm a fan, miss, and I appreciate your stream. Thank you. That's a nice thing to say. I'm a fan of you guys. Did you know that? Letting me ramble about whatever I want is quite a pleasure. But yeah, I don't know. Does anyone want to help me fulfill my kink? Become someone new and see if I can spot you. That's not like, that's not a directive, but just me pondering, thinking out loud. I think really the charge comes from the reason why someone's doing it, not just the automatic doing of it. I'd probably spot you, Ben. Yeah, I'd probably spot you, Cody. I know you guys too well, and also I'd notice your absence. But yeah, it's like, I think the real charge would have to come from someone I know IRL, because there's actual stakes there, right? And the reason, like, oh, why did you go anonymous when you could have just shown up with your username that I know you by? That's the real juicy part. I think Alex at the time, he was just watching because he was curious, and also that is his regular username. I just never seen it before. So if like, yeah, it was kind of a lucky, unlucky happenstance thing. It wasn't like he made a new account. That's just his regular handle. It can't be that hard to log into 2 accounts at once. Ben, that's crazy work. I could kind of feel it coming on. It was sort of surreal. Right. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I manifested it. That's what I said to him later. I was like, oh my God. Because, yeah, it was on my mind after restarting streaming. For whatever reason. Streaming in general had been on my mind, and then all the different possibilities, both latent and blatant. And I was just like talking out loud about this thought that I'd had and even written about. And then voila. And so, yeah, lucky, unlucky. I was just interested in, yeah, in the what if, and it happened as I was saying. But yeah, I don't know how much I can say about Alex, and I know it's not entirely safe for me to do so, but it's not like that between us because he doesn't really play for that team, if you know what I mean. And which I was telling him about. I was like, fuck me dead. That is such a shame. He like participated in my kink without even realizing it, and like without even meaning to, and without any type of mutual gratification, because he's like, you know, he's not into that. He doesn't swing that way. And yeah, I was like, damn, I just need someone who's actually that way inclined to try it. But yes, I do live in play. The what ifs is what we want. That's very true. I have a piece of writing kind of about that. Like, don't tell me something, just let it be everything. No, let it be anything, everything at once. The what if is really where the fun lies. So, yeah. I can't think about this for too long, otherwise I start to get down a rabbit hole that I should not go down on camera. I might need more swing that way friends to give me some tips. Yeah, I know, right? I have a lot of like LGBTQ plus friends, which I'm absolutely delighted by. I'm also part of that group. You guys know the Bicon is real. But it just means that so often, like, I'll meet someone, I feel like that we align perfectly, except they're not into girls, and I'm like, that's cool. That's cool. I still love you, brother. Um, but yeah, I'm pretty sure like half my friendship group is like either gay or otherwise, inclined. Like, that's chill. Um, but yeah, makes it a bit more difficult. I'll be lucky in love sometime, I'm sure of it. You're using my favorite word. That being said, it's not like I've been particularly unlucky. I think I've been more picky, if that makes sense. At least that's how I'm framing it. And I've had like, little flings here and there and stuff. But yeah, maybe I'm just married to the game. I'm married to the game. And eventually, Gemma. But yeah, I like having my options open and I like being able to do what I want when I want. Wedded to play, that's exactly right. I think I'll always be that way, actually. And yeah, it's a nice way to be honest. It's a little bit left of field, a little bit eclectic. I don't feel that anxiety that some people feel to like, settle down, have kids, get a nice house, and like, it's like change the record. Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, I have my own definition of what brings me joy and pleasure, and I'm already there essentially. And so yeah, it takes a lot of that anxiety away from daily life. Um, LGBTQ plus kind of covers all the options. Long story short, the world is gay. Honestly, yeah. Though, I think we need more. We need more gay people. We need more gay people in the world, I think. Also, I should say, if it's not already obvious, like this is a this is a safe space, guys. No, but really, like I have so much love and appreciation for my gay friends, my bi friends, my trans friends, like all of them. And if anyone is listening and has a bit of a problem with that, well, I'm sorry, but that's reality. And so I feel like I don't say it often enough. Sometimes it's hard because it's charged, and a lot of the times when it comes to those topics, I don't want to get into it because it's just fucking annoying AF to get into some argument with someone coming in to troll, and it's like to actually agree to argue about it implies that it is an arguable topic when it's really not. These people exist, they're worthy of, love and respect like everyone else, and that's the end of the story. So to debate it is actually quite debasing because it's like we're not even arguing from the same point of view, like from the same level, that is. And so I don't have enough friends like that. Honestly, me too. I need more. Half my friendship group, I need more. And so that's why sometimes I'll like avoid the topic, not because I don't believe in like its merits, but because like I don't have the emotional bandwidth to like, to deal with it. The same thing when it comes to like neurodivergencies. I don't know if I've said this before. I probably mentioned it in like one of my very, very first streams, but I have ADHD, perhaps unsurprisingly. I just I don't talk about it that much because people come in and they start shit. They just start shit, And it's like they try and argue like about random stuff, and I'm just like, I've already been through this, my guy. Like we don't need to debate like whether or not it's fucking real or like whether or not like medication is the devil. It's like I don't have the bandwidth for it. And again, to argue about it implies that it is an arguable position. Like it's not. It's a thing that exists. And so, yeah, I have noticed that my tendency is to be avoidant, but it's convenient that it's also a very cowardly position. And so I'm trying to be less of that if I can. And that being said, like I'm not really like a spokesperson. I'm not well read enough with topics that I take very seriously and that are very important to me. I want to make sure that I get everything right before I just go saying shit, which is kind of what led to that selective mutism back in university when I had my classes and stuff. Like I wanted to make sure that what I was saying was actually legit and correct, like factually, because I don't know, I just didn't want to say something that turned out to be accidentally untrue, and then people were like, oh, actually, you said this, Emmy, explain yourself. And so it was easier to just not say anything. I still find myself falling back into that habit sometimes. But I'm trying to stand up for stuff when I can, knowing that I'm woefully undereducated in a lot of areas. And, streaming is primarily, at least the streaming that I do, is for entertainment. And so, like, I'm not I'm not the person to go to for politics or like socioeconomics. Like I can't tell you who to vote for or who to where to put your money, like stocks wise. Um, I can just tell you what's worked for me in my experience moving through the world. And like, what's what's been most conducive to good feeling, and a lot of that involves poetry and the other stuff that we talk about. So, uh, yeah. Add ADHD to the tags if you haven't. The best streamers are onto that. Honestly, that's very true. And actually, that's another reason why Jerma is such an important person to me. I know I always bring it back to him, but like, he was basically the first creator that I found who was loved not despite his neurodivergency, but because of it in a way. And at the time, that was fucking revolutionary. Like, I don't know. I always thought it was something kind of a little bit shameful or a little bit like, oh my gosh, be normal. Can you just like, like take it easy, be chill, etc., etc. And then I saw this guy who was funny and bombastic and clever and witty and playful and sometimes totally hyper and, like all the stuff that you hear about people with ADHD. And yet he was like, he was living it. And he was like completely and utterly adored by people because of it. And like, yeah, it's just, that really helped me way back when as well. And I haven't shared that before because I didn't want to get into it, but here we are. And so, yeah, I think I found this stream through the English tag. Well, there you go. That's actually very handy to know because I haven't looked at that stuff in ages. I said it all when I was like first started streaming years ago. So it's probably time for an update, but yeah. And so, yeah, like, I don't know, there's stuff about me that you guys will learn over time. And I hope that the drip feed is not indicative of me purposefully trying to be withholding in a malicious way, but more like a careful parceling out of myself because I'm fragile, guys. Hold without shattering. And yeah, it gets like tiring to argue with people about stuff that's more or less immutable. I don't know how I got here, but I need more poetry in my life. I respect that, Punch Drinker. And you're honestly one of the OGs. I think you might have been like my third follower or something. One of like a single digit type beat. But yeah. Anyway. There's still more stuff to learn about each other, I'm sure. But yeah, it's something that I want to do organically. Because again, some people do it all at once and it feels almost like, I don't know. It feels almost like a bid for some quick instant connection, which can be fine, but I don't know. I want to do it, what's the word? Not properly. There's no one proper way to do it. But in a way that makes sense. But yeah. Yeah, Punch Drinker, I'm sure you might have like been follow unfollow type beat. Sometimes it happens, you'll just get unfollowed from people, but I swear you go way back in the old streams too. I'm a mere voyeur here. Don't ask me about my life. That's very funny. And look, I should say as well, I'm so deeply grateful for all the lurkers and stuff like that. To the people who donate, who allow me to be able to stream. Like, it's an incredible, incredible privilege and pleasure. Like, I know I say it a lot, and it's because, like, there's no words. Do you know how scary it is for a person who deals in words to not have the words to say how appreciative they are? It's terrifying. And so, yeah, like, the lurkers are really the backbone of any streaming channel, and the people that donate their literal hard-earned cash to just listen to me talk about stuff, that's fucking crazy. And it's like, it's surreal, like, getting to explain that to people. It feels like a thrill, an inordinate thrill that I have not been like, that I haven't really earned, but it's a thing. And yeah, it's like what allows me to do all this silly stuff. And yeah, it's something that I still pinch myself over sometimes. Like, what the hell? So, and yes, Orange, you make a good point. Like, all that stuff, talking about that stuff is a lot to digest. So to do it all at once feels a bit like a lore bomb. You know what I mean? It's definitely a marathon and not a sprint. That's very true. And yeah, like even after those really long breaks, coming back because I just can't help it. Knowing that, like, oh God, the numbers will have suffered, everything will have suffered for it. But it's like, I don't care, man. I'm here for a long time, not a good time. But yeah. Been lurking for 3 minutes, now feel obliged to say hi, Alevra. Hello, hello. I mean, we're probably going to be raiding out very soon. Look, we made it 4 hours, guys. I think I'm back to my normal stamina, which is pretty good. It's a bit like riding a bicycle. Oh yes, our affirmations. Maybe we'll do affirmations and I'll find someone to raid us into. And I'll see you guys, what day is it? I'll see you guys on Wednesday. So, what's Wednesday? Wacky Wednesday? Oh God. Okay, this is something that we like to do at least once per stream, because I think it's a shame that not everyone gets to hear this. So, I'm on my mission to change that. From the lovely Amy Walker, whose profile you can find on YouTube, to me, to you. It's my pleasure to tell you, yes. Yes, you are. You are ready. You are equipped. You are connected. You are unique. You are gorgeous. You are loved, and my personal favorite, you are alive. So thank you so much for being here in this stream. But way more importantly, thank you for being here on this earth in general. It's not always easy, I know, but it is always important. And I believe we can make the world a better place. You know? And we can try, at least. And keep trying. As many tries as it takes. So, the meme version, we got to do more remixes of the affirmations, I reckon. But one good one, at least, per stream. Thank you guys so much for being here. And yes, smooth operator, smooth operator. Damn, my voice is etsy-getsy, but let's find someone to raid into. And thank you guys for having a nice long chat with me. You've learned some stuff about me today. Take some time to, just dwell on the pole dancing thing, and I'll think of another mystery something to put as our next challenge. Let's see who's live, and we'll do our regular goodbyes. Who's live? Ooh, Bongs. We got Dame. Oh my goodness. Got Two's Company. Charisbell. Maybe Charisbell. I don't even think she remembers who I am. But that's totally fine. I remember her. That's what's important. So, thank you guys so much for being here. I'll see you next time. But until then, behave. Or at the very least, don't get caught. Hugs and kisses, cugs and hisses. Mwah. I'm gonna dust you guys off before we go. And yes, I'll make that playlist. Thank you so much. I'll post in the Discord so everyone can look if they feel so inclined. So, take care, guys. Bye. Bye. I hope that noise isn't too annoying. Oh my god. Bye.